Okay, hello everybody. I actually I'm gonna turn it off. I've been watching this thing on Planet Nine. Um, I don't know how much you guys know about this, but and I don't know. I won't know until later if the mic's actually working. I played with some settings, and the desktop audio is not working. Ever since the update, I had it working yesterday when I shut the computer off, and then I turned it on today, and this first I've really touched anything, and now the desktop audio is not working again. Hello. So I got a feeling, I don't know, maybe if I remove the device and reinstall it, but for right now I'm just not going to worry about it. But again, it was working, and I think it was right after the last update, and it screwed up a few things. Oh, there we go. Oh, and well, that might have been because I was opening stuff. The frames per second just dropped. Uh, Usually, when I'm on the realm on Sunday nights, I'm all by myself, and there's actually somebody playing, and it's midnight, so I'm guessing that they're from. And my iron is still over here. Somebody was supposed to trade me gunpowder for iron, and I don't think it's going to matter because I think I am going to. I was going to wait and do it on the server next season, maybe. And I was going to kind of retroactively mess with the one I got on the server. But there's usually somebody, not there usually isn't too many people on Sundays, and or if they are, they're like, and this person was. I went to go get a snack. I didn't come in. I think they were here before I went down. I was sort of vegging out, and but they were on, and I think they were on before I went downstairs. Either that or it was on. Um, when I came back, I almost didn't notice it. If every now and then I usually if I know somebody else is going to be on, I have the text to speech working, and uh, I have that working, and then that way, because otherwise I don't always like if I get lightheaded, I don't recognize when people are typing. I just don't see it. Um, and so I have that on. Well, I don't think it was working today. It is now, but I don't think it was working then because I didn't hear anything. And I came back up and I noticed something on the screen as I was sitting down. And so I checked the chat and it's like it was somebody had like what was it? Yeah, I saw that this person had joined the realm. They got slain by a zombie. They slept in a bed. They said hello. They slept in a bed. They tried to swim in lava. They slept in a bed. Slept in a bed. And uh, that last one is where I noticed. So they slept in a bed. We reset the spawn point. I apologized for being away. They said it was okay, and they're apparently pretty new. And then I did ask them if they needed anything. They said they were good, so I didn't worry about it. And okay, I'm gonna need. I gotta come in with some better stuff next time. Like down, I'm not gonna do it right now, but down the road, and I usually do this. I make it out of end stone or obsidian. Right now, I don't really have any obsidian. That's why I came here for. I'm gonna mine some obsidian, and I want to make a passive gold farm like I did on the server, so I can get a little bit of gold because there's stuff that I'm doing that I could actually use some gold for. Ooh, that's not good. And I'll get some iron bars. But yeah, there's a documentary, and this is the cool thing for me is it's actually getting a new breath of life. Um, I really don't mind chatting with the person, but I invited them to come to the end with me, and they told me they couldn't go to the end. I let them know I would call, let them know when I'm back. and so they are chatting me the fuck up while I'm dangling my participle on top of the obsidian towers here. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to build something similar. If I don't build it, I'm going to build something based on it. But Fox or Silent Whispers Ghast Farm. I'm going to go ahead and make that. It looks really good. I made something a little cheap and dirty, and it more or less works. But the problem with it is, it was based on the concept. I was going to send the ghast into the nether portal and let them stack up in the overworld, and then go harvest them, and they disappear. I need to see if it does it on the realm. Maybe it's a server thing, but there's a lot of stuff that you. But so I'm just gonna let it go. I'm not gonna say anything because I'm I'm putting these up on YouTube. I don't know how much the computer I got. I think will do a little bit. I got to figure some of it. I just might be blocked by my ability to understand the software to begin with. And the problem is with the health issues I got. I have trouble focusing on stuff. So for me to learn the software, use the software, and edit stuff. It's the same way when I've like tried to set up Discord, or when I've tried to set up OBS, or anything else. These are things I don't know. Even stuff I am familiar with, like monkeying around with the computer. I got to focus on it. And if I'm not having a good day, I just can't. It's a lost cause. I need to be relatively feeling good and a clear head, or it's just a lost cause. And if you are watching this on YouTube, and you like the content, or you don't think it's horrible, I realize I'm not gonna be as good as some of the streamers that are out there. I'm also not gonna be posting things on Twitter telling telling people an easy legal defense for child molesting. Like there, and this is a guy. He's actually a really good YouTuber. He makes good content. I do not make good content. I don't think I will ever make great content. Like, I mean, I think he does a good job. I really do. And he's got, I think on his Twitter, he's got like over 50,000 followers, and he's probably going to have more. And I'm not begrudging him that. I think he deserves it because he does make pretty good content. I will give him that. But I think I could do this for the rest of my life, and I probably will never even see a third or a quarter of that. Probably not even close. I think I got 2 followers on Twitter right now, and but I'm also not gonna, because he did that. Uh, But he, and again, maybe I'm reading it wrong. I really don't know. But I got to be honest with you. I just literally have no patience for child molesters. I don't have any patience for people that defend them. I must have looked at one of those little turds. Little bastard almost knocked me off. The fall, well, the thing is, it might have put him on fire, so he might have teleported. But the fall should have killed him. After the sword hit him and he burned a little bit, the fall should have killed him. I got to be a little more careful while I'm talking. I got careless and sloppy. That's what happened. But you guys, and I'm really not going to do politics on here a lot. I don't consider pedophiles politics. And I don't care if the political sphere influences in it. To me, like gun violence and healthcare and, you know, molesting kids, these are things that should not be political. And because, one party decides to make them that because they don't want people to, they don't want, reasonable people to do the right thing. I figure that's on them. That's not on me. I think a kid's right to go to school without having some, psychopath fucking shoot him to death is more important than some inbred hillbilly's right to have a fucking arsenal. I just do. You can have a different opinion. And by the same token, you know, uh, again, I'm just not going to do politics that much. But like, when you look at the way things are, we have one political party that seems to think there is one set of rules for their leadership. Maybe not their people, their voters, but they think there's one set of rules for their leadership in the politics, and one set of rules for everybody else. And there's a guy in Florida. He basically was driving his daddy's car, and his daddy happened to be the president of the Florida Senate, the state Senate. And he refused to take a breathalyzer. And, a normal person, usually if and I don't think this is right, I don't agree with it, but it's generally the way the rules work. Usually speaking, if you refuse to take a breathalyzer, you lose your ability to drive for 6 months to a year, regardless, because it's considered, when you agreed to get a driver's license, you agreed to subject yourself to these tests. That's the gist of it. And his daddy got him out of it because he didn't really have too many legal problems because of it. And when I get down, I got to put up some Enderman. I got to put in some Enderman things. So if this happens again, or either that or put some water down. But if this happens again, I can fly off here and land in a safe zone where I will not be able to be attacked by these Endermen. And so he got away with it. Well, now he's in Congress. He's a representative in the House. And his buddy, who was a tax collector in Florida, and again, if this was going to be politics, I'd get into everything. I'm going to really try to give you the cliff notes. And I got to tell you, there's a whole lot more to this. His buddy sounds like he is pleading guilty to not only having sex with a minor. Statutory rape is what the official term is. And he's probably going to have to go on a sex offender registry and the whole 9 yards. He's pleading guilty. and he's probably going to serve up his buddy in Congress along with other people. And the guy in question, my understanding of it, and like some of this I'm not exactly sure, but I've heard reporting on it, and I'm not sure I understood it right. I may have misunderstood it, but this guy, um, when he was initially charged, they last year, and this guy was like a huge friend of Trump's. And there is ample evidence that the Attorney General, Bill Barr, Jeff Sessions wouldn't do it. Jeff Sessions was basically removed because he basically, and I got to admit to you, knowing the guy the way I do, the history that he has, I was as shocked as anybody. He actually felt that there were certain uh, legal parameters that needed to be observed. That, like, if you are the Attorney General and you have a conflict of interest, then you have to recuse yourself as Attorney General and let the deputy take over. And that's what he did. He had a history with Russians, so he basically said, "Well, I can't be involved in anything that I can't be involved in anything that involves the Russians." So, like and that pissed off Trump. And then the other, and this is to explain what's going on. And then Trump was trying to pressure the FBI director to quit investigating General Flynn. This is a retired general. I think he was a 4-star. Might have been a 3-star, but I think he was a 4-star. And Trump wanted the FBI to quit investigating him because it really looks like he was either an agent of Russia and Turkey, or at least an agent of Turkey. He seemed to be doing things he shouldn't have, and as a retired general, he should have known better. And the original Attorney General, he would not look the other way. He tried to get the FBI to drop it. He wouldn't, so he fired the FBI director. And then later on, he got rid of the Attorney General. And he finally got in Bill Barr what he wanted. He wanted somebody, and by all accounts, this is what it appears to me, he obstructed justice in trying to cover up the president's crimes. I believe it was a sitting judge who referred to, I think that guy's aggroed on me. It was a sitting judge that referred to Bill Barr's summary of the Mueller report as a whitewashing. There's another, it might be the same one, but I think it's a different sitting judge. When Bill Barr either fired or they wouldn't do what he wanted and they resigned. But the prosecutors that were prosecuting Flynn, they had a guilty confession. He pled guilty at least twice. Hang on, they need some help here. Pretty sure he doesn't have a blaze rod. But they wouldn't go along, or he just flat out fired him. Well, after he fired or after he got rid of one way or the other, the prosecutors, he put his own handpicked prosecutors in there who then wanted to dismiss the case. And some of these guys might not know how federal law works. In state law, at least in some states, because this has come up, in some states, if the prosecutor goes to dismiss the case, regardless, the judge doesn't have any say in it. The case is dismissed. It might not be that way in all 50 states, but it is in some of them. But the way the federal courts law works, it states right in the law or the rules that a case can be dismissed with the consent or with the leave of the court, meaning the judge has to approve it. You just don't get to dismiss it. Well, that's what they wanted to do. And the judge is like, no, I'm going to have some hearings on it. And there's a lot more to this. Again, I'm really giving you the cliff notes. They came in and they got a 3-panel judge to order that judge. You know, it was an appeals court, and they got a 3-panel of appeals judges, 2 of which were appointed by Trump. So they really should have recused themselves, since Trump appointed them, and this involved his guy at the. Okay, I got 3 stacks. I'm just gonna. Actually, I'll do one more. I guess I'll do one more layer, and I might not tell him when I get back, because I actually do want to get shit done, and I really don't want to play around doing a lot of hand holding, and just because I'm actually mildly clear headed. Last night after I did my Star Wars stream, I didn't feel like doing shit. And if I'd have thought about it, I honestly forgot about today being Sunday. I would have been ANFK in here. The stuff I need to do here, like I could have came and mined this last night. I just really didn't realize what day it was. It wasn't registering. I think I knew it was Sunday, and I just wasn't thinking about it. I was not. I had a really good stream, I think, but I got lightheaded, and I really didn't recover last night. And like today, I haven't really felt great all day. I mean, not horrible, but I just, not real clear headed. But I could have been doing this last night instead of what I was doing. As soon as midnight hits, I figure it's fair game to come on over. I usually don't play this on Sundays, but what happened was the judge, he ended up having a sidebar with the prosecution and the defense. And the defense lawyer flat out told him, and I don't think she meant to do this. The defense lawyer said, well, you have to dismiss. There's no prosecution here. Because the prosecutor was basically working with the defense. Now, in a normal case, if you are a lawyer, your first and only duty is to your client, and the law. Well, these prosecutors, regardless of who appointed them, their duty was to uphold the law. Their client was we the people. That was something Kamala Harris confirmed when she was basically campaigning as vice president. It was either vice president or president. She goes, look, for a number of years, I was a prosecutor, and I think she was an attorney general in California. And she goes, there were, any number of times where I went in, raised my hand, and said, Kamala Harris, for the people. And that's who these guys had to, because there was one lawyer that just kind of went off the deep end after COVID. And he was bitching and moaning about how, the judge, since he wouldn't dismiss the case, he should be impeached. I mean, just fucking dipshit stuff. And, I pointed out to him, I go, look, this guy pled guilty. This guy pled guilty, game over. And he literally, I shit you not, started going off on how, well, that doesn't mean anything. People plead guilty all the time. And again, going to give you the cliff notes, but, and I point out, I go, look, as a lawyer, I go, if you want to use this to get on a soapbox and explain this is why you don't plead guilty to stuff you didn't do, I go, that would be a great thing to do. I go, it really would. That would be an absolutely great thing to do. Public service announcement. Do not plead guilty unless you are guilty. But he was acting like, oh well, this guy was just interrogated for 30 hours and that's how they got him. It's like, no, this guy had like a top lawyer team. He didn't have a public defender. And I mean, just this was just not the thing he was making it out to be. And this guy was not browbeat. He wasn't sitting in jail until he confessed. He had plenty of time, and then after that, he pled guilty twice in front of judges. And they not only got him to plead guilty, they asked the prosecutors, people who could get in trouble if they lied. Asked the prosecutor, do you know of any reason why he shouldn't plead guilty? And the prosecutor's like, no, we got him dead to rights. Unless he's a fucking moron, he should plead guilty. They even asked his defense lawyer. This is a guy that could be disbarred for this shit. They go, do you know of any reason why he shouldn't plead guilty? And they're like, no, Your Honor, I can't think of any reason why he shouldn't. Again, he's probably thinking, yeah, they got him dead to fucking rights. I can't think of any reason. And but they're so these guys should really, I mean, and it hasn't happened yet. It probably isn't gonna, but and this is what I asked that lawyer, and he ignored the stuff. He ignored the stuff that if he didn't ignore it, he'd have to admit, yeah, I'm right, and he was wrong, and he didn't want to do that. Because I asked him, I go, okay, I go, these guys that are prosecutors, I go, their job is to represent us, the people. And I go, the judge, what he did is he hired a former prosecutor, and this is a guy he brought down. Might have been Gambino. He brought down one of the big mob bosses out in New York when he was a prosecutor. Then he became a judge. Now he's retired. He hired that guy. He hired that guy to come in and basically be the prosecutor. I mean, they have a fancy name for it apparently, but when all the news I saw, they were using plain English, and they're like, "Yeah, this guy hired this retired judge to be the prosecutor because the prosecutors were basically, they were basically not." And he, but I asked him, I go, "Okay, you're a lawyer." I go, you don't do federal prosecutions. You're not a criminal lawyer. You don't know federal law." I go, "There's a whole bunch of reasons why you're out of your depth here. Just there absolutely is." But I go, you as a lawyer, if you're supposed to be representing one client and it comes out that you have not only not represented your client, but you basically sold them out to work with the legal team on the other side, I go, what happens to you? These guys should probably face jail time. They should probably be disbarred. They should probably be put in for obstruction of justice. They should definitely be. What the hell? And I will have to come back. I'm gonna do one more. How many on a layer? I'm basically gonna go up several layers. I think I'm gonna want to add on to this down Okay, too high, so there's 3 per layer. And okay, so why don't we go up to, let's go up to 100. But I'm gonna ramble a little bit. I apologize. But he didn't answer the question because he knew exactly. I mean, unless he's an idiot. I mean, if he doesn't know this and he doesn't belong being a lawyer in any state in the union. But I'm like, if you're a lawyer and you are working against the interest of your client, what happens to you? He didn't want to answer that. I can't really say I blame him. And can't really say I blame him. And what happened was, but I did ask him. It's like, what would happen? He couldn't answer it. And the judge didn't roll over. I mean, at a certain point, he ran out of rope. There's only so much you can do when the whole Justice Department is not working on your behalf, but is working on the behalf of a criminal organization in the White House. There's just only so much you can do. And what he did was he appealed it to the full court, and all the judges except for the 2 that Trump appointed agreed with Sullivan, the original judge. They said, "Yeah, you can have your hearings. You go right ahead." And the thing that was funny about this is, and this is what I told the guy, I go, "Hey, look, you're a lawyer. I'm not." I go, "Why don't you go and read the whole, the full court case? Why don't you do that? Why don't you go read the entire full appeals court, the en banc court?" He's done this before. He didn't say it to me. I'll give him credit for that. But he's done this before where these people, they'll be like, "Oh, well, if somebody wants to pay for the court transcripts, I'll read them and I'll give you my assessment on it." Well, I'm not the one running off with my tongue up somebody's ass on YouTube, uh, spouting nonsense, So, but he didn't ask me anyway, so I'm not going to give him shit about that. And but he wouldn't do it. And I told him, I go, "Look, when you started doing First Amendment shit, you would brag about all the hours you spent in the law library researching these cases." And I go, "You have really gotten fucking lazy." And I told him, I go, "I got a feeling that, because you always used to brag about all the overtime you worked. And I go, you haven't been able to work overtime because of the COVID. It really slowed the court cases down." And I go, "I got a feeling that you are living beyond your means. You're stressed out. Maybe it's causing you problems with your wife." Because I go, "She's not used to you being home all the time." And I go, "Look, I go, I'm not trying to diagnose you, but I go, for the sake of yourself and your family, go get checked out and find out what's going on." Because I go, there appears to be, but I go, "You're doing really lazy work." Because I go, you used to research hours and hours of First Amendment cases. And then even then, when you gave your opinion on something, you tell them, "Hey, look, this is my opinion. I'm not a judge. This is my best guess of how it will go, but it could go the other way. I might be wrong." You'd admit, even with all the work you put in, you'd admit that you might be wrong, because you don't know everything. You're not a first. And I go, "This is something you have not done hours and hours of research on." I go, you know, COVID was the same way. You'd spout nonsense. I go, "You were probably picking it up somewhere, but you would spout nonsense." And then you were shocked, at the backlash because you didn't know what the fuck you were talking about. And he just ignored it. He didn't go and look because, in the appeals case, one of the judges asked the prosecutor, because the prosecutor that Sullivan had hired wasn't there. It was actually the government prosecutors. And there was another lawyer that Sullivan had hired from his office. From his office, he'd hired this lawyer to actually take the case and appeal it. And so it was a different lawyer than the one he had hired to be the prosecutor. And I got to figure out how big this is because I got to make the whole thing this big. It's 69. Okay, so I got to go up like 14 from there and then put a top on it. And it should be a square. And the judge asked the Bill Barr prosecutors, his little henchmen, they go, well, what are you worried about? What is, why are you so hot to stop this? What are you afraid of? He just wants to have a hearing on the motion to decide whether he's going to dismiss it or not. And, this judge is like, I can't understand what the big deal is. What are you afraid of? Because that's at this point, the judge had not said yes or no. He just said, I'm going to have a hearing and I'm going to investigate this a little bit before, which is a normal thing for these judges to do. If you make any motion, whether it's a motion to dismiss or not, it's very common if the judge feels he needs to, and it's usually his call, not Fox News, not the Bolivian army, not a criminal attorney general. It's generally the judge's call. And that's all he was trying to say is like, I need to investigate. And that's kind of what this judge was getting at. Like, this is normally the judge's call. Why should we override him? What are you afraid of? What is the harm in this that would grant us the right to interfere in this? And the guy said, he goes, well, I think the thing I really am afraid of is an intrusive investigation by the judge into the executive branch. And then same judge, he followed up. He's like, well, okay. He goes, I got a question. And usually these are examples that are at least somewhat illuminating to their thoughts, or at least related to the problem at hand. And that way, you have to basically take the position that the judges have given you and explain to them why they should rule in your favor. And if you don't give them a good enough answer, they're likely not going to rule in your favor. They are basically looking for you to explain to them why they should do this. And the judge goes, well, okay, the question I have is, if a judge, sitting in open court, everything's on the record, the court is in session. If the judge sees the defense lawyer, the defense team, come in and hand the prosecutor a sack of money or a briefcase of money in full view of the court, and immediately after getting that sack of money, the prosecution decides to dismiss the case, are you saying that the judge would not have a right to investigate that before he dismissed the case? And the guy's like literally in court said, yeah, that's what I'm saying. And the judge got pissed. He goes, then you're saying that the judge would have to be the judge would have to be complicit in the crime that's going on right in front of him. And that's not acceptable. That was the gist of it. And that's why I'm like, look, go read it. Because again, if you read that and you are still of the opinion that Sullivan should be impeached and these prosecutors and Bill Barr are doing everything right, again, you're probably too stupid to be a lawyer. Just saying. And that guy, he hasn't said shit. He hasn't put up any more snide comments. I think he was sniping my Twitter for my comments, and I put a thing on there because he was like, "Well, I was a paramilitary in the military. I was paralegal in the military, and I was a court reporter for 10 years after I got out of the military before I started streaming. And you know, I guess it's bad that I have a background. Well, first of all, anytime you see someone that's a paralegal acting like they are some kind of a de facto legal expert, it's a fairly normal thing. It's an extremely normal thing, and it's not a good thing either. Paralegals mostly do paperwork. There is a reason why you do not see paralegals arguing cases in court. I believe it would be a crime with, even if he was the best paralegal in the world. I'm pretty sure it would be a crime for him to pass himself off as a lawyer and help people, even if he wasn't charging them money. If he was passing himself off as a legal expert and officially giving people legal advice for a court case, I think that would be a crime. A paralegal. If you take like a nurse practitioner, I don't even think a paralegal, in my opinion, does not even rate like a nurse practitioner. Because a nurse practitioner, usually, sometimes if it's a younger doctor, sometimes those old nurse practitioners know more than the doctors do just from, treatment. But like these paralegals, their expertise, I believe, is in filing paperwork. That filling it out and filing it. That's they're not, and I made a snide comment after because he was just being a little fucking dick about it. I'm like, yeah, I must have missed that episode of Jag or Law and Order where the paralegal sat second chair in a court hearing and saved the day with their brilliant cross-examination, or that episode where they schooled the Supreme Court on the finer points of constitutional law. And then the other comment I made is, I go, the thing I don't understand is, even if you weren't a person who put videos on the internet for people to watch, if you playing video games, and I point out I do, but I go, I am pretty clear that my shit is intended for mature audiences. That's what I do. It's meant for mature audiences. It's right on my Twitch page. And I routinely say, hey, look, these are intended for adults. I fully intend that it would be of a nature where kids could watch it, but on the off chance I get lightheaded or have a moment where I say something inappropriate, I just don't want parents to have a legitimate reason to be upset. I really don't expect kids to watch this stuff. I do strive to make stuff that it would be okay if kids did watch it. But, just to be on the safe side, that's the way I've been rolling on this. And maybe they're over they might be on the West Coast, because it's like, it'd be like bedtime for a normal person over there. That's probably what's going on. And but I go, even if you weren't someone that was streaming this shit, and you didn't really have interactions with kids, I still don't understand why somebody would put that up on their Twitter. Where you're basically, because basically what he did was he's like, oh, well, if somebody did have sex with a minor and that minor told him they were 18, he was acting like it was suddenly okay. And it's like, you gotta be kidding me. That's fucking disgusting. And the analogy I would put to it is, like if you had a kid that jumped out from in between two parked cars and somebody ran over him, and then you had some fucking asswipe on Twitter posting a thing going, oh, well, that kid jumped out of nowhere. It's fine. It's fine. It's, no jail for this guy. It's okay that he, it's cool, no big deal. And it's like, that's how it came off. Whether he was, and I don't know, this guy could be a pedophile. I just don't know, because he's either that or he's a stupid son of a bitch, because he just kept doubling down on it. And I have a feeling, because like some of the stuff that he whined about last night, I honestly don't, I can't say that it was intended for me. If I made some comment about him being a MAGA person or a terrorist, I don't remember it, and I get lightheaded. I don't, and then it's entirely possible that in a couple days I'll have a better day. I'll be more clear-headed, and I will absolutely remember that. I'm not saying I didn't do it. I'm not saying it isn't possible. I just don't remember doing it. I get lightheaded. There's times I stream and I have a sense of what was going on, but I really don't know what I said or did. And there's times where I'll come on and I honestly don't remember what I did the last one was on, and I find shit changed, and it's like I don't remember doing this, but this is what I was gonna do, so it must have been me, and I just don't remember it. And then it's I'll have a clear day 3 days later, and I'll remember everything. It's just the way it's going with my health, and but he was just acting like it was cool if somebody hypothetically, because he goes, I'm not talking about any person or any court case that's going on. And but he got on me, and this I did do. I do remember doing this. He posted something ragging about the fact that the vice president, and again, it might have just been that because there's a lot of people that got these military fetishes, and it might be that. And it could also be that he doesn't like the fact that we have a black woman as a president or vice president or just a woman. It can absolutely be that too. I don't know. And not knowing, I don't want to judge one way or the other on it. I got these bars in here. I got to get them out of here. And yes, I really don't know what his slant was, but and it could just be the military fetish. And that was the first thing I kind of got on him. But I was just being polite, trying to help out somebody that's clearly not that smart. But I'm like, well, I go, unless you want to live in a military dictatorship, our civilian leadership shouldn't be saluting. Because I go, they're not part of the military. They are the civilian leadership of it. And they absolutely should not have to salute them. And I got to be honest, I don't care if they do or they don't. It doesn't offend me one way or another. But I've lived a while, and I hate these fucking idiots. And I don't care if they were in the uniform or not. I don't care if they served or didn't serve. I don't care if they served honorably. They could have been the bravest motherfucker on the planet. It doesn't make them right when they're saying stuff that's patently wrong or stupid. And yes, everybody's entitled to their opinion. Apparently, this guy may feel that it might be his opinion that it's okay for people to fuck little kids as long as they can get a technicality and get away with it. And that's his opinion. That doesn't make it right. You can have an opinion that it's okay to, go into a FedEx building and shoot down a whole bunch of people. That doesn't make it right. But yes, that is your opinion. And, we have to get over this thing where we excuse everything just because some fucking ignorant shitbag has an opinion. Well, it's a fucking horrible opinion. They should either be made to realize that until they change it, or they should have to live with the stigmata of being called a terrorist or a fucking scumbag or a pedophile, whatever. And, but he was crying about that too. And I do remember that, because what I did was I then pointed out that, I go, well, you have to explain to me then why Eisenhower never saluted the troops when he was president. This guy was, I believe, a 5-star general. He was the supreme Allied commander of the Allied forces during World War II. And I'm pretty sure he knows a lot more about saluting than this shithead does. I go, you have to explain to me why Ike never saluted the troops when he was president. Because I go, he didn't. And I knew that. That I knew. And there were a couple other things I knew, and I didn't have time to do it in my Twitter response because I get tired of adding on. Because Twitter, you only get to have like 250 characters. And, I did this originally. I was on his Twitter, but I did put it on originally. I'm like, well, you have to explain to me why Ike never saluted the troops. And then I go, and then you also have to explain why uh, the first 38 or 39 presidents never saluted. And I go, one of them was George Washington. And, the fact is, George Washington might have had a hand in that because, he understood, you know, military getting attached to a leader and not the duty. From what he saw, serving as a general serving in the military for the British and fighting against them, he was well aware, that you needed to have a military that would be putting duty. We really didn't even have a standing army back then. That came later, but he would have been well aware, of the duty to the country being more important than the duty to a person. Otherwise, when they wanted him to be the king, he would have took him up on it and said, "Yeah, King George, let's go." And he didn't do it. He's like, "Look, no, if you guys want to do something, better, then I'll be with you." But he goes, "If you want to do, if you basically want to have another king," he goes, "I'm not down with that. Ain't happening." And he couldn't answer it. He just went quiet. He quit bringing it up. And when I went looking for it, because I actually put it in a TikTok video, and I did my level best to basically screen his name from it. Because it's more the issue. I'm not really about him. But and because he really he didn't make it personal. Like he didn't link to he's like, this motherfucker said this. So I'm like, I'm trying to be, at least as polite. And but I put up the stuff that he had commented on my response, and there was one of his followers that literally tried to slut shame him. And this is somewhat relevant to what I was talking about. And usually nobody watches it, so I'm going to ramble a bit. And then if people stick around, maybe it's because they're interested. And I usually try not to talk about this shit. And again, I don't consider this politics. I really don't. And, but, this guy basically said, well, you look at the way some of those girls dress now. And I kind of responded to that. I go, slut shaming usually. And I go, that's what whether it's intended that way or not, that's what it comes off as. You're trying to excuse the people that are, sleeping with kids because of the way the kids are dressing. And it's like, hey, I'm sorry. If there is a kid in front of you and they're buck naked, and unless you're a pedophile, you should not want to have sex with them. I'm sorry, that's just the way the world works. It's just, and the thing that it reminded me of, and I kind of put this on, I did a little ranting. I kind of went off. It kind of pissed me off because I hate people trying to come up with whiny ass excuses for fucking bad behavior. I really do. And the football team, the Packers, they had a guy. This might be more than 20 years ago. This was a while ago. I don't remember what his real name was, but his nickname for the field was Chewy. And he was pretty good friends with the quarterback. But when this thing broke, the quarterback didn't seem to have a whole lot of time for him. So I don't think it didn't appear he was down with it. And it was thoroughly investigated. The quarterback didn't seem to have nothing to do with it. But this guy here, what he would do is he would go to parties where they had underage people. And he'd be drinking with them. I mean, there were people, 15, 16, 17. It wasn't even college kids. It was like high school kids. He'd go there like he was still in high school, and he'd fucking party with them while it came out that he was having sex with some of the underage girls. And I'm not saying this was like, I don't believe this was something that was used in court, but it was used in the court of the media. And something came out of it. And I don't know if it was his PR team, it was him, if it was lawyer. And to me, this was no better, no worse than the comment. Well, look at how these girls are dressing. Um, yeah, just stop. Um, I don't care if it's your political hero. I don't care how fucking stupid or depraved you are. Um, if you're literally trying to find a loophole for someone that you like who slept with a kid, just stop. Really, just stop. No matter how good it sounds in your head, just stop. Don't do it. Just don't do it. Stop. And that's where this. See how these girls are dressing. It's like, yeah, I don't care how they're dressing. If you want to fuck a kid, there's something wrong with you. There really is. Um, I'm sorry. There's just something wrong with you, and and that's the end of it. And there's this is not one of those things. We have to get rid of that notion that there are equal and opposite arguments on both sides of an issue. There really isn't. There is no equal and opposite reaction on the other side of fucking kids is wrong. There isn't an equal and opposite. There isn't an equal and opposite argument to the fact that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. There's no equal and opposite argument to that. And we have to get rid of this notion that stupid people have that their stupidity is somehow on an equal footing with facts and reality. We just have to get over that. That is something that just needs to get, knocked on the head, buried deep, so polar bear won't even dig it up, and just move on. And that's just the way it is. This shit is holding us back. It just really is. But they made the defense that, somebody made the comment. I remember hearing about it. Like I said, this is at least 20 years ago, I think. So it was a while ago. And they said, well, he was drunk. And the first thing that came into my thought is like, I've been really drunk. Comedian David Tell used to talk about when you drink to where you passed out, you blacked out. And he called it, or as I like to call it, time travel. It's like, you're drinking, next thing you know, it's the next day, it's the next week, whatever. And so he used to talk about that. And the first thing that came to my head is like, I used to drink a lot. I still drank a bit before my I think it was part of what happened when I was working at GM. But when my gallbladder came out, and I'm not sure if that was connected to what happened to me or not, it's one of the side effects of what I think happened to me is you could have organ failure. And so that might have been what caused my gallbladder problem. And it might have been what caused, I was being diagnosed with Hashimoto's syndrome, where your thyroid is dying. And it might have been causing that. And there might have been other stuff, because as soon as I got away from it long enough, there's a lot of these meds I was on. I was specifically on them because of low chemical and mineral levels. I don't seem to need them anymore. I don't need the depression meds anymore. I don't need some of this other shit. Well, all they gave me for the depression was they gave me like something to increase my serotonin level. They were basically replacing chemicals that, might have been low. Well, as soon as I got away from whatever was happening, apparently at GM, I don't need that shit anymore. So I'm kind of wondering if the organ failure I had was part of that too. I really don't know. But it's the only explanation I can find for what I'm going through now, what I was going through, and the change between now and then. And, but I can't drink anymore. But I did. I used to drink a lot. And the first thing I thought of when I heard that on the news was like, I've been really drunk. I've been extremely drunk. And I don't remember ever being so drunk that I thought fucking kids was okay. I just never reached that level. I'm thinking, I'm thinking if people drank much more than I did at times, they'd probably be dead. That's a thing. And I just I'm like, that's not a valid. I was like, oh, well, how are they dressing? Yeah, it doesn't matter how they're dressing. Fucking kids is wrong. Doesn't matter what excuse you're going to come up with. Fucking kids is wrong. That's pretty much the end of the discussion. And there's just no way to sugarcoat that, you know. I'm going to go ahead and start making some more iron blocks because I don't really have a use for it. Right now I'm in the middle of building and I don't want to waste time. As soon as I get some other stuff done, I'll make a proper sorting system to store this shit. For right now, I'm just going to dump it over here. And then if I ever get some, you know, if I ever need some to trade or whatever, I'll have it. And you know, so but yeah, so this is another thing, and it's like, yeah, this is shit that needs to stop. And I'm sorry if you're someone that's got like 50,000 followers, maybe you should be a, you know, what Spider-Man say, with great you know, great power comes great responsibility. Well, with great social outreach, I think great responsibility comes. I'm really trying to clean my act up. I'm doing the best, but again, I put it out there. It's for mature audiences. You know, if kids watch it, I'm gonna do my level best to put stuff out there that kids can watch. Parents won't, and I know I fail, but I'm gonna try. But I at least label it for what it is. But if you're someone with like 50,000 followers, maybe you should be a little more careful about what you say and not encourage people to try and find a rationale where fucking kids is okay. To me, that maybe that's something you should do. You know, if you got that, because I mean, look at Gina Carano, and this is the thing. This is this guy's livelihood. I'm pretty sure this is what he does for income. And if it isn't great, if it's a hobby and it's extra, but just the way he worded it. Well, I used to do this before I started streaming. I think this. Look at Gina Carano. I mean, she made some comments about Nazism, and it was kind of a canceling time for her. Cosmo Kramer, he after he got out of Seinfeld, he used the N word and thought he was going to get away with it. That pretty much ended his career. And I think coming off like you might, you know, might think it's okay to find loopholes to get around statutory rape and pedophiles and, you know, NAMBLA and all this other shit, especially when you work in an industry with some exposure to kids. I'm thinking that might look bad. I'm thinking that might look bad, and you might want to. And he seemed to get around that because, like he said, he wasn't talking about it. He seemed to move on. Now, I'm guessing he must have been a court reporter for the medical industry because he was like suddenly an expert on getting vaccines and stuff. But you know what? That's not really harming anybody, you know. But I this is a normal thing with people in the military. They want to talk about shit that they really don't know anything about, and they, you know, I've met a lot of people in the military. Not all of them. It's not everybody. I'm not trying to paint them with one big fucking brush, but I've met people from the military, friends, family, people I work with, and they think that gives them kind of omnipresent knowledge of everything. The things I know because I've read about them. I've listened to people that know what they're talking about. But, you know, these motherfuckers, they just go off the rail, spew some nonsense that they grabbed like literally from the file, you know, file case, you know, the file of in their fucking ass. And it's stupid, like, you know, the pedophile talk. And they just want to double down on it and find some. But the thing is, they're used to being in the military. And you see it usually with people that have more rank. You know, that usually the higher you go, the more this you'll see. Again, not everybody. But the private usually doesn't do it because he's being told by everybody what to do. But you get these people that make it up into the sergeant ranks, or they make it up like second lieutenant, captain, major. Some of them get this way because as long as it was a lawful order, it doesn't matter if it was fucking stupid or not, as long as it was a lawful order, people had to fucking do it. You know what I mean? And they get used to that. And then they rotate out into the real world and they are not prepared for consequences for the stupid shit. Again, the standard's a little higher when you're back in the civilian world. It is no longer, well, is it a legal order or not? You know, you pretty much have to, people do not have to blindly follow your stupid shit just because you were in the military. They don't. And, you know, but the other thing I put on last night, and I made the comment, I go, this guy did this shit. And then one of the things he tried to defend it with or to blame it on was like, oh, he was pointing out that he was a uh, paralegal in the military and that he was a court reporter. And I'm like, when I did my TikTok video, I put that up and I'm like, what the fuck does this have to do with being a pedophile? I mean, seriously. I mean, what does your career path before you became a streamer? What the fuck does any of that have to do with being a pedophile or not? Or whether fucking kids is wrong? He could have been fucking Mother Teresa. It still wouldn't make fucking kids right. And it still wouldn't make you giving out legal advice for how to defend yourself from going to jail look good. I mean, it doesn't matter what your career was. You could have actually been a lawyer. It doesn't explain why you are so bound and determined to defend it. It just doesn't. And then the other comment I made is I go, I think if you did I suspect that if you did a scientific poll on military paralegals, so it would be accurate. I go, I think you would find, because I go, again, I said this earlier, I go, just even if you weren't someone that, worked around kids like he does, I don't understand what would inspire you to just throw that out there out of the blue. It wasn't like he was responding to a conversation. He apparently woke up that day and just thought it would be a fucking great idea to go and explain the legal technicalities that would allow you to get away with fucking a kid. That just seemed to be the thing he woke up with in his mouth that day, and I'm like, dude, spit it out, man. These are, and this is the thing. I say a lot of stupid shit. I do, or and I know what it is. I've got it probably not as bad as him, but I have this thing where I got an idea in my head, and it sounds really good. It really sounds good. And there's other people I know that have it worse than me too. And when I can, I try to correct them and just like, dude, let it go. Like, yeah, I know, but whatever's wrong with you, just let it go. There's just no reason to defend that kind of fucking stupid. I don't care if it's your opinion. It's a fucking horrible opinion. You should either shut the fuck up or you should change it. There's just no getting around it. And but I put up there, if you did this scientific poll and you found out how many military paralegals were fascinated with the legal facts around statutory rape and how to get away with it, I go, I got a feeling that it's going to be about the same amount of people in the general population that are pedophiles. I go, I think there's going to be a direct correlation between that. And I'm hoping he saw that shit because, like I said, he had moved on to where now he's an expert on receiving vaccine shots. But the stuff he was saying, and it might actually, especially if there's people that like him, it might actually help people go and get the vaccine shot. But what it is, he's a military person and he just has to get out there and talk about shit that he really didn't know anything about. But at least in this case, the shit that he was saying did actually seem to, maybe it would help somebody. It didn't seem like horrible advice. So I can kind of give him that much on it. Oh, I got to build these. Okay, so I hope I got enough of this. I might have to go back. I'll just get as many of them done as I can. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. But like I said, I'm not having a great day, so I do apologize. But yeah, this is not the best day. And I think I'm only going to be able to do like 3 of these. Okay. I am thinking I can do one more, then do the sides of these 3 so I can get them lit. And then I'll probably, if I want to do more, I'll have to go get some more. I thought I'd have enough. My bad. But oh yeah, I'll try and get back to this. Is all connected. I just don't know if I'm clear headed enough to make the connection today. Uh, but yeah, I'm gonna try and find another topic. I'm not doing great today. I trying to be entertaining. Anyways, I'm gonna go back to the Planet Nine that I was bringing up. Um, I'm older, and when I was growing up, there were 9 planets, and yeah, I don't know if I can remember them all. It's Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Neptune, Saturn, Jupiter. Let me Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars. And I'm not going to go in the right order. I don't think Neptune, Saturn, Jupiter. That's 7. Uranus and Pluto. There's 9. Okay, I got them all. There's Klingons near Uranus, people. Beware. And that's the way it was when I was growing up. And if you get into the history of it, there was a mathematician. I think he was a French. Oh man, I fucking nailed that. I got 2 of them done. Yeah, it's a good thing I did that when I could. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and pop this shit. I'll come up on the other side, but I'm gonna get these lit. I'm gonna get 2 of them lit. Well, anyways, this mathematician he studied uh, other bodies that he could see with like a telescope. And he mathematically figured out that there was a 9th planet. Um, he couldn't see it, he couldn't tell you where it was, but he knew it had to be pretty big. Had to be pretty honking big. And he did that. And later, I want to say it was 50, 100 years later, they actually found the 9th planet, Pluto. And that's what I grew up. Them were your 9 planets. Well, I think it was like within the last 50 years. And he's one of the leading, he's at least one of the big scientists that is weighing in on this whole Planet X thing. Uh, and jokingly, I usually blame Neil deGrasse Tyson for this, anyways. But they downgraded Pluto. It's considered a dwarf planet. And anyways, the Pluto wasn't big enough to be this 9th planet that this guy was looking for. It just wasn't big enough. There was no way it was big enough to. And then the way, because I was watching something on it last night, and there's another one that I'm going to try and watch later if I can find it again. I was trying to watch it, I was doing this, and I'm like, well, I really shouldn't be having this picked up at the mic if I'm going to put this. I don't want to get hit with a copyright strike. I really don't. Uh, um, because if I do actually get any traction with what I'm doing, I don't want to lose it because I was like, listening to TV or whatever radio I was doing. If I am lucky enough to get some traction, I want it to work. Okay, and yeah, I think I can. I'm gonna go back up and get some of this, get something done quick. But apparently, according to the thing I was watching last night, they figured out that and he was basically going off what other. I don't think he was the one that determined what the weights of Uranus and Neptune were, or whatever the planets out at the end there. Uh, they were considered to be like a certain weight. Well, what they thought they knew turned out to be wrong as soon as they could get better information. So they pretty much wrote it off that he was wrong. And, there was no extra planet out there and all that. Well, what they're finding out is he was right. It's just not in the way that he meant. They with modern day knowledge, what they've learned from the all the probes that they've sent out that have sent information back. We've got better telescopes now. There's things they know that they couldn't have possibly known, 50, 100, 300, 400, 500, 600 years ago. And what they're finding out is that guy was right. There is behavior in stuff in the outer ends of the solar system that indicate, yes, there is another body out there, a big one, that we haven't accounted for yet. And I'm not going to try and go into too much detail because I don't want to get it wrong. If you're interested, by all means, look it up. Basically, what you want to do is you want to look for information on Planet X. That should start bringing it up for you. And so they're pretty sure that there is another planet out there that they need to be looking for. That's a real thing. And so that's like a brand new thing. Well, the fucking idiot that killed Pluto, apparently he's trying to make up for it. Again, I'm joking, but he's trying to make up for it. So he's actually been doing a lot of work on it, which I think is good. I'm picking this shit up all over. Okay. Now, the main reason I'm doing this is I do not want these guys to be able to fall too far. So what we're going to do is we're going to put one here. Yeah, I should have taken the crouch off. You can't jump as well. Actually, if you're crouched, you'll be able to jump higher. But that's not the way it works. And but they're actually looking for it now, and hopefully they'll find it. And it's kind of interesting because if you go back, there's a guy named Zachariah Stitchin. He's kind of, I don't know if you want to call him like a UFO guy or not, but I think it's Zachariah Stitchin. It's either him or something Daniken. That guy I don't believe is American. But there's one of these guys. They got old books. I mean, these things were like not new books. At least some of them weren't. When I was in high school, and we're talking back in the mid '80s, because I read one of my, I kind of read one and did a book report on it, and I probably shouldn't have. My teacher tried to warn me, and because she's like, well, you can. My thing is, I wanted to read a book I was interested in. I was going to do in high school, this was the big thing that killed me. Is like they always wanted you to read this shit that I just found boring, and I think his think the name of the book was called The 12th Planet. It's a 12th planet that is so far away from us, it doesn't really come in range like every 5 or 10,000 years or something like that. It doesn't come to us very often. And and he was basically going by like rumors, like old tribal legends, stuff like that, stuff that they found, like some of the carvings and stuff like in Egypt where they had the runes and stuff. It was stuff like that he was basing it on. Something that passed as a, maybe not a good, but it passed as a historical record. You fucking piece of shit. And it was kind of interesting, but some of what he had back then is turning out to have some kind of a basis. It's not completely fucking nuts, because that was something they were talking about again. I don't even know if you can call it a planet, but they found something that's out there. It's out past Pluto, but it's not anywhere near where this planet X should be. And that's what the guy said. He goes, because he said the stuff that's down here, by Earth, Mercury, Mercury, Venus, that kind of shit. They go, we can see these. We can see these directly. A lot of this stuff that's out there, you can't see it. And like there's the stuff that orbits other stars. That he said the only way we can see it with a telescope is when we focus on the star for a long period of time, weeks, months, maybe years, and we see the stuff that goes in front of it and dims the brightness of the sun. That's how we detect planets on these other stars. When they basically come, and if they're not passing the sun in a way that blocks its radiance from us, we can't really detect them. So there's probably a lot of stuff we don't know. And they were explaining the challenges, and that's what they said. Well, the fact that we haven't found it doesn't really mean anything, because he goes, we just found a planet that's not nearly as far out as this planet X would be. And so I'm just kind of interested. I really am, just especially when you notice the pickup in UFOs and the fact that the government is now finally, I wonder if they know something that they should be telling us. Like maybe there's a planet that's going to be closer to us than it has been in a couple thousand years. And, maybe something's going to happen. I don't know. I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying it isn't. But I just find it funny that this book that, many would have thought, and maybe rightly so, was like a fucking crackpot book, is now being proven to be somewhat right. I find it fascinating. I absolutely find it fascinating. Okay. Um, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should be good. I just want to light it up so I don't get a tremendous amount of shit spawning up here. That's all I really care about. It shouldn't be able to spawn on the leaves. But if I come up here, I don't want a creeper. At least I'd like a chance of a creeper not blowing all my shit down. Yeah, so I'm kind of interested in what this new one's going to be. But yeah, they were talking about it. A lot of it's technical detail that I probably wouldn't get it right anyway, so I'm not going to try and recount it. But they were basically saying that, well, yeah, in the last, decade or few decades, they're finding out that while that guy wasn't technically right with his figures and measurements, overall the guy was right in the fact that there is another planet out there that we haven't figured out yet. And I find it fascinating. I find that shit fascinating. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, so hopefully I will start to get piglin drops. Yeah, so it's lit up a little bit. I might actually go back to the I would like to get those all lit up. I might go back to the end and get some more I am gonna cash in some of that iron though. I will do that before I go. Yeah, I can go ahead and put this in here. I'm gonna go as long as I can let you know though I'm feeling it. How long have I been on? I've been an hour and a half. Usually like an hour and a half is about out, and that's a good run for me. I can't complain. I'm starting to fade. Like that Roxette song. I'm fading like a flower. And I'll go as long as I can because I only play this on Sundays. It might hurt me a little bit tomorrow, but oh, and the other good news is the it kind of benefits everybody, but I think they know I like doing it. It's something I can do more or less, and it's kind of like this. I seriously don't expect this to be huge. I really don't. But it's better than rolling over and dying. It's better than rolling over and giving up, doing the streaming. It's something I can do. I mean, my health gets in the way sometimes. I might even be able to be a little more successful if I didn't have the health issues. But I do, and there's just no getting around it. And put these in. Oh, what am I gonna do? I'll go drop that off. And but I planted tomatoes last year, and I kind of like it because the ones you grow at home are so much better than the ones you can grow. You can get at the store. If you grow them at home, they taste better. And the person that I live with, they said something to me. I might be wrong, but I think they brought it up. But they mentioned either maybe I asked them. See, they were doing it. They got a little hooked on it. I got them hooked on it a while ago, and maybe I brought it up. I honestly don't remember, but I we got into the discussion. Well, it was a little bit late. We should have probably had it done a few weeks before that, maybe a month before. We got our tomatoes in late, and I am still pretty happy because we got enough that we froze some of them, and we recently took out the tomatoes I froze. I think we only froze like 2 quarts. We cooked them, or she cooked them. We put them in and we threw them in the freezer, and because we didn't know how it was going to work, and it was a lot easier than when she used to can them. And we took them out. We made some chili out of it, and she said, "If we get extra tomatoes this year," she goes, "we're going to do the same thing." She goes, "We'll do more of them." And this is something, again, I'm not trying to be a dick, but somebody in this house has to quit buying a metric ton of fucking frozen hamburgers and frozen dinners and frozen this and frozen that and filling that fucking freezer up because we don't have room for it. And I mentioned, I go, if we do that, I go, see if you can get square freezing containers, and then because they'll stack easier. The ones we used, and it was ones she didn't buy them. They were ones that were laying around, but they're meant for being in the freezer, and they're round. and they sucked, for stacking. They'll fall over. Where we put them, they were okay, but we also weren't dealing with like a mass quantity of them either. So I'm like, well, if we do that again, let's find some ones that we can, they're square, they'll stack better, and do that. But I did kind of mention, I go, well, somebody is going to have to quit filling every fucking square inch of the freezer with their frozen shit, because we're going to need room for it. It's got to go somewhere. We can't just wave a magic wand and freeze them in the garage. You just can't. Got to go somewhere. And if it's all filled up with shit, can't have it. And then I think they were the one that, because they started doing this, and apparently my brother did offer some suggestions. There was something they got. I don't know if I would have wanted to spend money on it. I looked, but I did look at them when I was down there at my apartment. I was looking at them, and I almost used them. So it was a good idea. Well, they got them, and we got that, and then they sent for these. They're metal. Basically, they act like a tomato stake, so you can stand your tomatoes up. So we sent for some of those, and they're big. I hope they work, and so we can try those. Oh yeah, gotta go do the iron. Like I said, I'm fading. I apologize. I'm doing the best I can, but I'm definitely starting to fade a bit now. And and then the other thing that we're doing, and I got an email from them. I thought it was funny. The one place, it's I'm gonna probably pronounce it. I'm gonna call it Young, Jung. It's a seed catalog. Gurney is another one. Gurney Seeds is another one, but Young is good. And I looked at both catalogs, and the Young one, Jung, Gurney sounds about the way it's spelled. If I knew how to properly pronounce Young's, I might actually be pronouncing it the way it's spelled, but I don't think I'm pronouncing it right. I really don't. You can go to their website. You can order stuff. You can get seeds. You can get plants. You can get, pretty much every aspect of your gardening. You can find stuff in there. It's a good place to go. It really is. And well, we tried to call the one day, and I was confused. I'm not entirely sure where they were. I guess they must be Central Standard Time, or they relate to that. But I called, and they said that I would have to call back during regular office hours, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. or 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Now, the part that confused me is it wasn't 4:30 yet. It was like 5 after 4. The first call I made, it was like 5 after 4. Second call I made, thinking, well, maybe there was a glitch. It was at 10 after. So I was at least 20 minutes before 4:30. And I'm pretty sure they literally said Central Standard Time. And I'm like, it's before 4:30. I don't think it said Eastern. I think it said Central. And I'm like, it is before 4:30. That means somebody is shirking their duty. Well, then the person that owns the place, they have a smartphone. And so I'm like, I got thinking about it like a day or two later. I think it was that same day. I go, oh, wait a minute. I can probably order it online. So they were setting me up so I could order them. They'd pay for it. And I went to do that, and I couldn't get on the website. I don't know what was wrong with the phone, and I think what I had to do is I think I had to update stuff on the phone. It's not my phone. I think I had to update stuff, and then I think it was using the Samsung browser when I switched it over to the Google browser. But again, I had to update shit. But when I did that, I was actually, but it wasn't that day. I kind of gave up that day because, again, if I'm not real clear headed, I just generally don't like fucking with that shit. I give up because if I get pissed off, it just makes my health worse. So I used to thrive on stress. Whatever them motherfuckers did to me, they kind of ruined my mojo. Probably healthier, but it ain't right. Um, uh, I'm gonna camp out for a minute. I got to figure out what I got to do next. I think I need to go back to the end, and I don't want to run through the end exactly at this moment. I might go back again. I might call this a day. But I finally checked it out. I think it was yesterday. And I actually got on, like I said, I figured it out. I'm like, well, okay, it doesn't, it was weird because when I typed in the search for Young's, it brought up a list of like websites, the links to them like you would have on Google search. But when I tried to go there, it kept telling me that, and I didn't notice it the first day. It was talking about Samsung browser or something like that. Well, that was the first mistake, using Samsung browser. I got on the Google browser, and after a couple attempts, I was actually able to get on there. And I put in my order. And then when I went to order it, the credit card they were having me use, I put in all the information. And then at a certain point, it all got deleted. I don't know exactly. I think at first, at least that's what I thought. What it was is I went from the shipping address to the billing address, and I didn't notice it. That's on me. Oh, we have started getting gold, little boys and girls. We are starting to get gold. That means because I basically need gold for my powered rails. I don't care if I get a lot. And I might actually go up there and hook something up to it so it pulses on and off because I've got iron, I've got redstone, and I can put a shitload of. I think I even got a fair amount of flint, so I can actually put together the. I'd have to look it up. I haven't built one yet, but I can actually put the thing on there to zero tick the farm, and I might do it. But right now, it's starting to work, and I don't really because I'm not going to pulse every one of them. I'm just going to pulse like the one on either end. And once I get them all built, I'm basically going to have those things. This is going to be a lag monster if anybody comes over here. But I'm basically going to put those things out all the way to the other end of the iron farm. But I might do it to the ones on the end. But I want to see how much I get doing it passively first. And but okay. And then so I put in the order, and then again, there are various levels of tech savviness, and I put everything in. I put their name in, I put their address in, I put the credit card information. Well, I didn't think about it because I've done this with anything else I've set up for them over the years. I just put it to my email address, and if there's anything that important, I let them know because up until recently, I don't think they had an email. I think they do have one now. Well, it flared up red on the email address on the billing information. It didn't like the email address. So I asked them, well, is there an email account associated with this card? And they're like, no, there isn't. And I go, oh, I ain't going to be able to order. And she goes, why? I go, well, it wants an email address. It's a required thing. You can't leave it blank. You have to have an email address. And I put mine in and it won't accept it. So I just wrote it off. And I told them, I go, well, I'm going to look on Amazon and see what Amazon's got. Because they were really limited on the selection. At least what I was, because they got some containers here and they don't have a separate section where they have all of their containers where you can just go. So like because there might be another one that would work. Well, they're trying to sell me a 14 fucking gallon tomato basket. And the ones I found on Amazon, they're like 5 gallons. And theirs were 3 for $15. There was another one, I don't know if it was in Gurney. It might have been in the Gurney catalog. But there was another one where it was like, holy fuck, they wanted they wanted like 10 or $15 for one. And on the young, they had three of them for 15, $5 a piece. And they were claiming that it was one you could reuse over and over again. Hey, if that's true, it's great. But for $5, even if you throw it out at the end of the season, it's just really not that horrible of an idea. Down the road, if I can actually get some buckets set up, you can reuse the buckets usually. There's a few other things you might have to replace, but you can generally use the buckets year after year. There's things you have to do. And, but down the road maybe, but those baskets, she's big on those, the grow bags, because that's what she used when she got into it. And you just throw them out at the end of the year. It just ain't a big deal. They're not, as long as they're not that expensive. Well, the ones they got on Amazon, they're not as big. They're 5 gallons. So you'd put about the same amount of dirt in them that you would in a, you'd put about the same amount of dirt in them that you would in a 5-gallon bucket. And that's cool. That's real cool. And so that's a good thing. I'm happy with that. I'm ecstatic about that. And so it's less dirt, easier on me. If you got like a 10, I think the ones on Young, they were like a 10-gallon bag. Well, that's going to take twice as much dirt, and I'm the one that's going to be doing it. Well, that's going to wipe me out. The less of that I have to do, the better it'll be for my health. It'll be faster. We won't need as much dirt. Because, if we go to Menards and we pick up the dirt, just loading it and unloading it, because if I bring it home, I got to get it unloaded, because if they need to go for groceries, the last thing they need is like 40 pounds of dirt in the back of the fucking vehicle. Well, that might wipe me out for 2 or 3 days. Where if I need half the dirt, that's half the fucking bullshit, and it'll be that much faster that I'll be recovering. It won't be as big of a deal for me. And because I think last year I only did 3 of those bags. And I might do 4 this year, and some of them we planted in the ground, because when you buy the seedlings, the plants, depending on where you go, you either get, you buy a packet of them, and there's either 4 or 6 in there, and that's the only way you can buy. You can't buy just one. You really don't want to either. Well, last year I got the ones planted that I wanted, and I made the comment, I go, I really hate to throw them other ones out. And she's like, put them in the ground somewhere. And we did. I go, where can I put them? She told me where I could put them. We planted them. They did pretty good. Some of those ones I planted in the raised bed, and some of those, because she's got 2 raised beds, and you can pretty much put 2 tomato plants in each one. This is why I might do 4 of those baskets, or 5 or 6, because I don't think I'm going to use the raised beds for tomatoes this year. The tomatoes were fucking huge, at least in one of them. The plant got so big and it got so weighted down with tomatoes that it, dead motherfucker. There we go. And if you guys heard that fart I cut, I really apologize. I'm hoping that the mic is set up to where you can't pick that up, but if it snuck through, I apologize. Apparently, my mic is so good and my room is so quiet that if you heard that, you could hear the fart. And I do apologize for that. But the tomatoes on a couple of them, like one of them, I thought I had, when I was taking them down last fall, I thought I had 2 different plants. No, it was the same. That fucking plant grew to where it was about, I think, 7, 8 feet long, because it broke the stick, or it went off the end of the stick, and it basically grew back down to the ground. Because the stakes that I got at Menards, they were only like 5 or 6 feet long. Well, you put about a half a foot or foot of it in the ground. It literally grew like another 3 or 4 feet off the end of the stick. Those ones, that ground was good for them. I can't plant them there again this year, but that ground was really good. So I already told her, I go, if it's okay, I go, I'd like to plant them in the ground. She goes, yeah, we'll just have to find a spot, but she's okay with that. And if I can, we did it late last year, so it's kind of beggars can't be choosers. But I would like to do some cucumbers this year. We just couldn't find anything, and I don't think I'm going to do it this year. But one of these years, I just want to try it. It's what's called a tomato box or a potato box, and you build it. It doesn't. I don't think it's that big of a deal to build it. Run, run. Hopefully, these guys will kill the piglins. Oh no, them little bastards left me alone. Okay, I'm fucking around now at this point. Do 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 do. I don't. I don't. I don't know where that one. I don't know where that one goes. But what's going to happen is somebody's going to be on sometime this week. They're going to end up there, and they're going to have a shitload of these hoglins. Come on, baby, come on. I want to get some more of these guys. But somewhere, somebody's going to log on. They're, they're gonna they're gonna log on. They're gonna come in, and they're gonna see a whole lot of these guys shivering and turning and turning into whatever in the overworld. Okay, that's enough fun. And unless they watch my video, they're not gonna know why that shit's there. I find that I think it's funny. I'm sorry, I do think that's funny. And I'm kind of thinking I might just put these up on the raw page, and then if I get time to edit them, but I don't think I'm going to edit these as much, at least not right now. If I get a couple people watching them, I might start to edit them and put them up on the Lag City page. But I think these are just going to go on the raw page. They're kind of a bonus thing. If I can figure the software out, I might start editing these and try and make them a little more nicer, like the Hermitcraft guys and the Truly Bedrock. I seriously mean that. But right now, I just don't know if I have the brain power for it. I got to do what I can. In a perfect world, oh hell yeah, I'd love to do that. I just don't know if it's going to happen. And yeah, so anyways, I looked up. I found some alternatives on Amazon. I think they're cheaper at least, and they're actually a more ideal one because, like I said, they look like they're 5 gallons, and so I think all the way around it would be easier on me. And One of those guys sounds like he might be aggroed. Not entirely sure. Come on, baby. Come on. That's the only bad thing about using a flaming sword. These guys go ape shit as soon as they're on fire. They're basically doing their Richard Pryor impersonation running around at a Pepsi commercial. Actually, I think it was Michael Jackson that was being burned alive at the Pepsi commercial. Okay. What we're gonna do, and I can't remember. There was one of these I used. It might be the only one. I thought there was another one because I went through and I got my wings, and I can't remember which one of these I used. Maybe if there's only one, it makes it a lot easier to figure out which one I use. But I just basically want to go through and use a different. I don't want to take up all the end stone here. I really don't. I try not to be a hypocrite. I will use it in a pinch, but I generally try not to use the end stone from here. Yeah, I'm not seeing. Okay, I don't really remember using that one, but that maybe somebody redid it because I don't remember that being the one I went through, but it must be. Oh, and just to give everybody a shout out here, the server that I play on most of the week, that one there is it's pretty much pure survival. This one here, there's I got invited to this. Everybody on here's cool as shit. They really are. A lot of them are younger, and it's actually good for me. It kind of encourages me to be a better person. I'm not saying it's successful, but it does encourage me to be a better person. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. And what happened is one of them was a follower on Mixer, and I think they were following me fairly early. And they invited me at a certain point, and it was when I got. I'm not entirely sure. I got theories on it, and I really don't want to blame anybody for stuff that I don't know for sure, but I suspect. And if it happens again, I'm just basically, and I kind of did a stream where I let them know, and nobody's fucked with me since, but I got a feeling somebody maybe connected to my work, reached out to the server I was on, got them to kick me out, maybe pressured them to kick me out. because I was basically told that the server had been canceled by Apex. But what's funny is, um, if if I type in a wrong address to go to, I get a certain message, meaning this is not a valid server. You get a very specific message. Um, just for shits and grins, I tried to log back onto it, and I basically get the message that I am not invited to play on that server. And they were being really cool to me. And it wasn't the first time that I had kind of gone off on GM or the union. And all of a sudden, I got kicked off the server. So I think something happened. And I just started streaming on my own game. And I said, you know what? Hey, because of that, I'll just stream on my game. And I go, if I ever find out or if I get any more bullshit like this, I just basically said that I will rededicate the rest of my life to putting out what I know about everything on the internet. I go, that will be my goal in life. I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to find a way to make a living that is, compatible with my health. But I go, if some shitbag in the union or in the corporation is, if I even get a hint that they're fucking with me again, I go, gloves are off. I go, they don't like the posts I'm doing now. I go, they will really not like the ones I'm going to do in the future because I go, I'm fuck. I go, I'm basically doing it when I'm not feeling good. I go, it won't be me doing it when I'm feeling good, organized, with an agenda. It's just me not feeling good. I mean, there are a lot of times I didn't even remember the stuff I said because there were times where I was editing it for YouTube a little bit and I'm listening to it and I'm just like, holy shit. It's like, that's awful. Some of them, I'm not even sure I posted them because I'm just like, yeah, I'm not sure I want to put that up on the internet. Some of them I did because it's like, wasn't anything that wasn't true. It wasn't anything that any sane person would want to, challenge me in court where they could be deposed. I mean, I was pretty safe. It's the thing that you kind of get when you are an honest fucking person. Some of the people I dealt with when I was there should probably try it a little bit. Okay. And, but I haven't had a problem since. And I just like, yeah, if you guys think this is bad, if I get any more fucking around with me, I go, I'm just gonna play on my own game. I go, I'm probably still gonna put up some videos because I'm pissed off. I spent several months on that server to have this shit happen. I go, I'm probably gonna keep bringing this up, but oh, bastard. Okay. But yeah, this server here, like they have the keep inventory on. We don't have that. It's on the realm, but we don't have that on the one that I normally play on. But they do have it here. And so if I fall into the void, which is entirely possible, I'm going to die. I'm going to be back at my base and I'm going to have all my stuff. And this is their realm. I understand why they're doing it. I don't have to like it, but I do have to accept it. And they're really cool about it. But again, they're doing it for the kids. I don't really have a problem with that. I really don't have a problem with that. Okay. Should have brought the map. Okay, here's the center. Yeah, so basically the zero coordinate. I guess I am going to start this tonight. It's something I can do without a lot of brain power, as long as I don't start dying wholesale. from the Enderman, I'm gonna be okay with it. Okay. I'm gonna keep one stack of this shit for me. But I usually do this kind of shit. Yeah, so I was on that server, but this guy invited me here. I think he was watching me. I was playing. It was like I think I called it a Let's Play World. And as far as I know, when you do a Let's Play World, it's basically you playing. It isn't necessarily you inviting everybody and their cousin to join. And because I didn't let anybody on it because there was one world I was playing. I let certain people on, and there were people I played with regularly. They were okay. I mean, if something happened there, it was a glitch or some other bullshit, right? But there were people that would come on, and I don't think that they actually griefed the server. That was the effect, but I don't think they actually griefed the server. But like one person came on and literally what he wanted to play creative, but he didn't want to have to say that he was playing creative. And because it was survival. Well, then he'd want everybody to get. He's like, oh well, I need sand. Go dig some. Oh, I'll be back later. I gotta go. Then he'd come on, and then he'd be like, well, I need this. I need that. Well, go get some. He didn't want to fucking do any of the work. He was building something the one day, and he could clearly see. I think I was actually streaming, and he could clearly see I was building. And he wanted me to go get him some wood. He goes, "Would you?" And he's like, because he'd ask for everything else and be like, "Well, go get some, go get some." Well, I need this. Dig down and mine it. I need this. Go get it. There's a fucking desert that way. I need this. Well, there's a fucking mesa that way. Pretty much everything that he fucking whined and asked about. Because when he first joined, he goes, "Well, you don't care that I'm a kid, do you?" I go, "I don't care how old you are. I care how you act." And I thought I made it clear. If you are mature, you're welcome to play. If you're going to act like a whiny little shit. But the thing is, I wouldn't have cared if he was 40. If he acted like that, I didn't want to play with him. But he kept it up and kept it up and kept it up. And what happened was the one day, and he could clearly see I was building. I mean, it was clear that I was building. Absolutely crystal clear that I was building. And he's like, "Hey, can you help me get some wood? I want to build a fort." And I'm like, "Yeah." And so I started helping him. Well, pretty soon I noticed he's like, "Well, I'm going to AFK for a little bit." And I'm like, so I finished digging what I was doing, and I went back to doing my shit. Well, as soon as he saw that I wasn't fetching stuff for him, then he was coming back. Oh, he was going to help a little bit. And that's what he did all the time. He would help just enough to get you to help him. And then he'd lay down like a fucking dead moose and just fucking stink up the place. And I couldn't get him to understand that, like, look, I'm not here to be your personal bitch on this game. I'm not. If that's what you're looking for, this is the wrong play. I tried to be nice about it, but he couldn't get the fucking hint. And but that's what he did all the time. He would just pull that shit. And then, I helped him, and then he actually, he'd start and stop. Well, then when he got enough, then I figured, well, fuck it, I'm done, and then I'd go back to my shit. Well, then he needed something else. And I finally had to tell him, I go, look, maybe you haven't figured it out. I'm actually trying to build shit here. I go, if you want to build something, great. But I go, if you need me to hold your hand so you can build a fort, then I go, well, I don't really care if you build the fort or not. I got shit I want to do. And I wasn't trying to be a dick about it, but it's like, that's just the way it is. And he eventually would slowly start to get the fucking idea, but it's like, yeah, I'm not here to be, again, if you want to play survival, then by all fucking means, go play survival. If that's what you want, if that's what floats your boat, if that's what trips your trigger, by all means, go and do it. I think that little bastard's I think he's aggroed on me. Just in case we're going to go down here. This is something you want to do in the nether. There's two easy ways for me. Now, you can put a pumpkin head on. And if you do that, I recommend, because to me, the pumpkin head you should be able to see out of a little bit better, but go ahead and get that texture pack that lets you see through it better. But if you put water down in spots, and I would say it's essential that you have either full armor and a shield, or you have wings so you can fly the hell away from them. So if you're up in the air and you aggro one of them and they start, because otherwise they're going to knock you off or they're going to kill you. And so if they're going to knock you off, you need the wings anyways. But you want either strategic water spots down here, or you want these things that I got where they're too high, you can hide under them, and they can't come after you. I think I might be safe. I don't see any of these guys aggroing, but when they popped up there, I'm like, he might be aggroing me. And if that's the case, I'm going to disappear. But he did. He kept it up. Kept the one that fucking ended it for me. And one of the guys, he was actually trying to be a decent guy and help me out. I had taken a break because he had pissed me off, and I'm just like, I go, yeah, I'll be back. I'll be back in a little bit. You little fucker. Okay, fuck it. You come here, yeah. You come and aggro me, you're gonna fucking die. I need the ender pearls anyways. And you should beat the next one to death with a loaf of bread. And but I think I was helping him. Oh no, that was the day he decided he was going to open a sign shop. He was going to open a sign, and the one guy that I play with, he was way better with kids than I am. I can tolerate kids if they're decent. If they're little fucking bastards, I got no patience with them. And that he was a nice enough kid, but he really. And I finally told him, I go, yeah, I think it's a good idea if you go and play with people your own age, people that want to play like you, because I go, you're not really cutting it. And I basically I had to unfriend him because I had the game set up so that friends could play, not friends of friends, but friends could play. And if I kept him as a friend, he could still come on because I didn't want to make it invite only. I didn't want to shut off because I had other friends on the Xbox that could come in, and I didn't want to shut it off to everybody. I just didn't want him. I wish they had a whitelist on the Xbox and the PS4 where you could just sort of whitelist people and they're the only ones, or like Realms even have a whitelist. Something like that would be a good idea to add on. And I don't even know if they were aggro. When I saw them falling off shit and getting hurt, I'm like, yeah, if they're trying to get me, I'm not going to be around for that. And yeah, I'm going to leave that alone. And then I'm just going to do one side of this. But he opened up a sign. Oh, Jesus Christ! He opened up a sign shop. That was what he decided to do. Hey, cool. That's great. I think that's great. I really do. Well, his idea of opening a sign shop was, you get me everything I need to make the signs, and then you pay me diamonds to build them for you. And I just, the only reason I really encouraged him is I wanted him to just go away. I wanted him to find something to do that he could do, and he would leave me alone so I could do what I wanted to do and build. That was my whole goal on it. It really was. My whole goal was to get this little dude to go away so I could get back to playing my fucking game. And I thought, oh, this is great. This was a mistake. But I thought, oh, this is great. He'll be busy making signs. He'll shut the fuck up and leave me alone. I don't have to be an asshole to him. I thought, hey, this is a good thing, right? Ooh, I was wrong. I was absolutely wrong. Because again, he wanted you to supply him with all the material. And I basically gave him a bunch of signs like, hey, make me this, you know? And so he did. He's like, well, here's what he told me, all the stuff he needed for all the signs. I think I ordered 3 different signs. And I thought, man, he'll probably be big. Because I figured, hey, he's going to have to make these. I can get back to doing what I got to do. And then what happened was, and I think Ryan, the one guy I play with, I don't see him that much before. I've talked to him every now and then. He's popped on and commented on some of my stuff. But from what he said, he doesn't have the PS. I don't necessarily know if this is true because I think he's still playing, but he told me that he doesn't have the PS Plus anymore, so he can't play online games like this. That's true, but I think I've seen him on playing. Long story, but as long as he was always a cool guy to me, so it's like I don't want to be a dick about it. And but what happened was, I think he kind of explained it. I go, look, if you're going to open a shop, you need to go get the shit for it. If that's what you want to do, that's what you need to do. You need to go get the stuff. You need to do this. And it's like, yeah, that's really what you need to do. And, but because he was under the, oh, well, yeah, I'll just declare I'm going to do a shop. Again, he didn't want to actually mine this stuff. And I think Ryan kind of explained to him, like, well, look, if you're going to open a shop, then you need to get off your dead ass and you need to go get the stuff. That's just the way it is. And so I think he was getting, on the board. I think he was getting on board with that, at least somewhat. And well, then this was, and again, it was fucking annoying, right? And but he would make a sign and he'd be like, Casey, come here. And I go, what? I go, look, I'm not running over there right now. I go, what the fuck do you need? I go, make the signs. Oh, I got a sign done. And I'm like, okay. So I ran over there. Well, then what happened is a few minutes, he got the sign done. So I'm like, well, I'll go get it, right? Cool. And I drop again. I'm trying to fucking play a game here. I'm not sure if I was streaming at that point, but I'm trying to get shit done. My idea of fun is not running around and stepping fetching for a little fucking bastard that's too lazy to do this shit. I mean, it really isn't. And, I don't mind helping somebody out, but my God, I wouldn't even put up with that shit from my own kid, let alone from, it's like, hey, look, if you're like this, your mom should be hiring somebody to fucking cater to your bullshit. You shouldn't be expecting a free babysitter on the internet. That's not me. And I don't think she could afford to pay me enough for me to want to do it either, to be honest with you. And so I went and got that sign. I came back and I think I just stuck it in front of what I was building because I really didn't care about the whole thing was just to get him to go the fuck away. Like if you throw a stick at a dog to get him to go chase it, I was just trying to get him to go the fuck away and leave me alone, right? I no more than got back. I no more than picked up what I needed to start working. Hey, Casey, come here, come here. I go, look, what? I got another sign down. I go, put it in a chest outside your shop. I will get it later. And he kept nagging me. I go, look, I go, you have to stop this or I'm going to kick you out of the fucking game. Well, he got kind of quiet. He didn't bother me too much. I go, hold on. I told him, I go, I'm not running over to your fucking sign shop every 5 minutes. Not going to do that. The Xbox deletes all that shit out. But I literally told him, I go, I'm not running over to your fucking shop every 5 minutes. I go, if you want to make the signs, that's great. I go, that doesn't mean I got to run over there every time you get one fucking done. Well, then when he went to make the second or the third one, he's trying to tell me he needed more material. I go, look, I gave you more than enough. I go, you told me what you needed for all 3 signs. And I told him, I go, look, if you need more, then forget the signs. I go, I don't really care if I get them or not. I go, I want to play a fucking game. I don't want to cater to your bullshit. Again, Xbox wiped it all out. But I go, if just either build it or don't build it. I go, if you need more material, go get it or don't build it. But I go, do not fucking bother me. I go, you bother me one more time with this shit about your signs, I'm kicking you out of the game. I go, I'm not doing this. I go, I've tried to be nice, but you're not taking the fucking hint. And I needed a break because I was ready to kick him right out of the fucking game there. And then when I came back, fucking Ryan's like, yeah, I need a cigarette. I don't know what he did to Ryan while I was gone, but apparently he stressed Ryan out. And then he started talking about how he wished he had an XP farm. And I go, well, there's a zombie spawner over by Spawn. I go, you can have it if you want. And he goes, well, I don't know how to build one. I go, I want to be clear on this. I go, I'm not building you one. I will help you build one. I will walk you through how to do it. And so it was one of these things where I expected him to sit here and help me with it. Not one of these things like he did with this fort and the wood chopping where he intends to sit on his fucking ass and do jack shit while everybody caters to him, and it's fuck it. And it's like, I want this to be clear. I go, I'm going to assist you in building it. I go, you are going to work. You're going to stick with it. You're not going to pull this shit where you disappear for 5 minutes, come back 20 minutes later, and then expect everybody to just drop what they're doing. And I go, that's it. I get working on it. I got it torched up so it won't spawn. I'm right in the kill zone. He starts putting the torches out. So zombies are spawning all around me. And I go, look. I go, no. And I start putting torches up. I get working on it. He takes the torches up. This is the thing I had on that game. And if you're letting strangers in, I really, unless you're running an anarchy, I really recommend this. I had it wired up because I kind of considered Ryan an unofficial mod of the game. Me and Ryan were the only ones that had PvP turned on. The only ones that had it. And I fucking whacked him with my sword. Well, then he started hitting me. He didn't understand I was, that was the substitute for the ban hammer. And he's like, oh, turn PvP on. And he thought it was fun time. And I go, look, dude, I go, you don't get it. I go, I'm about ready to kick you out of this game permanently. I go, I am sick of this bullshit. I go, you asked me if I cared how old you were when you joined, and I said I didn't care how old you were. I cared how old you acted. I go, this ain't fucking cutting it. I go, now, do you want to work on this or not? Because I go, if you want to fuck around, I go, I got shit to do. And then he goes, well, I need a break. He whatever the fuck was wrong with his vagina or whatever, he needed a break. And so I was working on it. And I was already of the mind, I go, you know what? I'm going to finish the step that I'm working on now. I'm going to torch it up. I'm going to fucking seal it off. And I'm like, if I come back and he's knocked the torches off, I go, I'm just going to, I was already planning it. I'm like, if I come back and he's knocked out the torches, fucked around with it in any way, I'm just going to destroy the spawner, call it a day. And then while I was busy doing shit, I don't know if he waited till after I finished with the spawner, but he just started spamming bullshit into chat. I was like, F, 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 and I'm like, you know what, fuck this. So I shut the game down. I went and unfriended him so he couldn't get, but either that or I turned it to invite only, but I think I unfriended him so he couldn't get in. And then I sent him a message. I go, look, I'm not trying to be mean, but I really think that you need to play with people your own age, your own maturity level, who want to play the way you do. Because I told him, I go, I'm not putting up with this. I go, I'm really not. I go, I'm not trying to say you're a bad kid. I go, I think you're a normal kid for your age. And I told him, I go, it's just not going to work out because I go, I'm just not putting up with that. I'm not. And I thought he took it pretty well. I think he followed me, but I ended up talking about it in my streams about how annoying this little shit was. And I think that's when he quit following me. And you know what? That's fair enough. That is absolutely fair enough. But I just could not put up with his bullshit anymore. I really couldn't. Again, I'm not trying to badmouth him as a kid. That is like appropriately normal behavior for a kid that age, but it is absolutely not something I'm gonna. I said something to Ryan. I go, you know what? I go, I'm done babysitting somebody else's fucking mistake. It's just not gonna happen. But you take all the kids, like even that guy, the guy or the girl that was on here earlier. These are good kids. They haven't been annoying. I mean, because like I said, that was not annoying for me. And I'm being completely honest. I'm not just doing this because I'm going to throw it up on YouTube and they might watch it. But the kids on here are really good kids. I'm really glad. I mean that wholeheartedly. And I'm not sure how high I want to take this thing. 90 looks good. I might go higher later, but right now I'm just going to take it up to 90. But yeah, oh God, was that I mean, again, not a bad kid, but annoying as shit. It's like, yeah, but I unfriended him. Might not have unfriended him until I sent him the thing, but I might have put it in invite only so he couldn't get back in. But I immediately sent him a message. I go, look, I'm not trying to be mean. I go, I think you're fine. I go, you're doing age appropriate stuff. I go, I'm not trying to criticize you there, but I just can't deal with this. I go, I really can't. So and he took it pretty well, I thought. I'm guessing it probably wasn't the first time he'd heard it, to be completely honest with you, would be my guess, is that he had heard that before and was used to it. But it's like, you know, it's kind of like the thing going on, like with my brother. He, I'll be honest with you, I don't think he really needs the I think he needs a detox. I think he needs to get off the pain meds. But and again, it may be that they need to send him to a Nazi era level concentration camp to get him to lose some weight. But because I think a lot of his problems would go if he just started eating right, lost some weight, and got off the fucking dope. Because I can't stress this enough. I've watched things on opioid addiction. It's like when they tell you the side effects of opioid addiction, he's got like every fucking one of them. The temper tantrums, the odd behavior, the sleep disorders, and he's got every fucking one of them. And like when we took my dad to when we took my dad to get checked out for Alzheimer's and dementia. This is something me and my sister, I think, were the only ones that were actually reading through the information that they had there. My sister was the one who noticed it, and she showed it to me because I hadn't gotten to that pamphlet yet. The the pamphlet gave you like the top 10 signs of dementia or whatever it is, and the top 10 signs for Alzheimer's. My dad had like 7 of the 10 on both lists. Yeah, and they were different. They were 2 different, completely different lists. Afro Samurai 21 has gone offline. That is an excellent name. But he had like 7 of the 10 on each list. My sister noticed that. Like I said, my brother, when this thing I was watching, it was an infomercial on opioid addiction. He had every fucking side effect that they had fucking listed. Every fucking one of them. And it's like, holy shit. That's like a serious thing. I'm sorry, it is. I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna wait and see how long it takes somebody to notice that these pillars have been fucking wiped out. And and it was funny because like the day he had his date, he was getting around just fine. There was none of this. Oh, I can't walk. I gotta rest. I gotta stand in everybody's way and get some attention. He was just walking fine. It was like he was fucking cured. My understanding, it's the same way. Like when he would go shopping and they would have like a sale on DVDs. He was just suddenly cured, and he'd be like fucking running and skipping through the fucking store, right? And what I'm gonna do is what I want to do is I don't know if I'm gonna get the whole thing, but I would like to be able to come back up here. So I'm gonna at least take this unless I run out of room. I'm going to take this down. So these will be like stair steps, and then when I get it back down to that platform. I haven't figured out. I haven't really got the whole idea what I'm going to do for that platform. I really don't want to waste a lot of time on this. I would like to get. I don't know if I'm going to get it done now because I want to get gold because I'm trying to build that pumpkin farm and other farms, and I need gold to make the powered rails. And I've tried digging, and I'm just not going to do an epic digging mission. But I've tried digging, and I'm just not finding a lot of gold. Uh, I'm doing a lot of digging for someone who only plays like 1 day a week. When I come on, I do a little bit of digging. I was going to dig for some more netherite, and I'm not going to get to do that this weekend either. But okay, I'm going to go get all the drops. And but he's cured. And I was like that day he had his date, which seemed to get canceled when his $1,000 mystery charge on Amazon got canceled. Well, now he's back to the poor me bullshit, and I think he's given up because my sister was telling me he was trying to pull that shit when they were in. He did it to me the one day. It was a couple days after his whole thing fucked up, and oh he got up to go to the bathroom. And, oh, can I get him a chair? And I fucking ignored him. I just now it's one thing if he's sitting there and the cat's on him and he can't get up. Yeah, I might actually go get you. I'd do the same thing for my mom or pretty much anybody else. But it's not because you're an invalid. It's not because you're faking a disability or you actually have something wrong with you. It's because you got the cat on you, and and why rile up the cat? If the cat's comfortable, yeah, that's just a normal human thing to do. The other thing is like if you're getting up and you're going somewhere, yeah, hey, that's something I think you'd expect out of anybody. It's like, yeah, I'm walking by the fridge. If you need something out of the fridge, give me a yell. That's a cool thing. And but he, I'm sitting there trying to eat, and he's like, oh, and he's like, can you get me a chair? And I just sort of looked at him, and the person who owns the house, they saw the look I gave him. I just went back to eating. I'm like, fuck this shit. I wasn't even going to dignify it with an answer. And then they're like, no, he can't get you a chair. He's sitting on it. So they rolled one over, and right in front of him, I go, I don't even know why you're fucking falling for this shit. I go, there's nothing fucking wrong with him. I go, he had this date, and I go, that day he had the date, oh my God, he was able to go fucking get cleaned up. He was able to take a shower, wash his ass, put on fresh clothes. Me, there's days I don't feel like getting in the shower because I'm lightheaded. I'm actually worried I'm going to fall in. Well, guess what? Those are the days that I will fucking do a sponge bath. I'll wash my I'll wash my private parts. I'll wash my armpits. I'll rinse my hair out. Things to freshen up. Not him. No, when he isn't feeling like it, he'll just sit there for days and weeks and let his fucking ass start to stink. His fucking nuts start to stink. He'll fucking stink up the sofa that he's sitting on. He'll stink up the cherries and he'll stink up the car. And he just doesn't care. But my God, when he had this mystery date, oh boy, he could fucking get cleaned up then. So it's like, yeah, he can get cleaned up on regular time too. And, he was walking just fine. Well, now when that fell through, oh, he's a cripple again. It's like, give me a fucking break. This is not the way the world works. And I go, I don't know why you're falling for this shit. He's faking the whole thing. I go yesterday, day before when he had his date, he was cured. I go, from what Laura's told me, it's the same thing when he's out and they've got a sale on DVDs. He's fucking cured. I go, that day he wouldn't get off his dead ass and pick up his shit so I could vacuum, and I started throwing it in a trash bag to get rid of it. He was suddenly cured. He couldn't get up and help us clean. But he was suddenly cured and he'd get up and start throwing a temper tantrum. At which point I told him, I go, look, you're either gonna sit down, shut the fuck up, and knock this off, or I go, I'm gonna give you an adult fucking timeout. I'm not putting up with this. I'm not your wife. I'm not your other relatives. You don't get to do this shit to me. I mean, it might be the last thing I do before I end up in the hospital and you end up in a fucking grave, but I will fucking knock you the fuck out. Just like I did back in high school. You remember that when all your friends laughed at you because your little brother, who was a couple years younger, he knocked you flat on your fucking ass with one shot? Well, guess what, fat fuck? I can still do it. Knock your fucking bullshit off. And when I did that, he doesn't do that shit in front of me anymore. But he was, I guess, doing it to my sister, and I guess she told him to just get the fuck out of her way. But they were out at the store, and he was acting like I was all crippled. And she's like, just get out of my way, So it isn't working. But I noticed now I don't think he's doing it as much anymore. But there was a couple days, I think he was trying to convince everybody that hey, look, if you need to lie to the government, that's your business. Don't fucking pull this shit with me. I just don't have the time or the patience for it. And but he was walking around with his cane again all of a sudden. And it's like, yeah, whatever. Sell that to somebody that actually believes your bullshit because it's not here. It just isn't. And but ever since he started getting this money, and this is the thing my sister said, I was talking to her about it. She goes, he better be fucking careful because she goes, I think they monitor the people that are on those. And she goes, if you're out there fucking using it like he is, they might come back and say, yeah, apparently you don't need this. And then they'll expect you to pay the money back. And she already told me she doesn't think anybody in the family is going to pay him back in a case like that. And she also already warned him that if he's already, I think he's filed bankruptcy like 2 times already. And she already let him know that if he files bankruptcy again, he's probably going to be out on his ass. And apparently the person who owns the property here did not fucking correct anything. They were like, yeah, we'll just let this go. That sounds like a pretty fair thing. And but he's been buying all this shit. And this is the thing, I've run into a lot of people. Usually, if you listen to them when they talk, you can pretty much figure out, this is how therapists must work. If you can get people just talking, sooner or later, it might take a while, but you'll find out everything you need to know. Like when I was trying to do a martial arts program when I was in Indiana, there was a guy there. See what it is, he was in the computer field. And I think what he thought was, I think he thought the martial arts was like the computer where he could go somewhere, take a weekend course, and suddenly be an expert at it. Because that's the way the computer field works. The shit is changing. Stuff you're learning this year might be obsolete by next year or have changed. And that's what he seemed to want. Because and there was one of my martial art instructors that he said, this is the thing. This was like back in the 90s. This was something like 20, 30 years ago. But he said he gets it all the time at his school where people come in and they say, they're going to sign up at the school and then they're going to become an instructor and then they're going to teach the art. That was their goals. And he goes, well, signing up is like the good first step. But he said they don't seem to want to put in the work. And and that's this younger generation. This guy had this shit written all over. Because see, I brought it up with him because see what happened was I got acquainted with a lot of the people. This is the thing. Like if you get into JKD's a little different, but the Filipino martial arts, even if you are a little different, as long as you can function in it, you'll generally find that it's kind of an unwritten brotherhood. That's kind of the way things work. It's kind of an unwritten brotherhood. And so like when I went down there, I ran into these people. Now, technically, they were from the Serrata flavor of the Filipino martial arts. But you know what? They really welcomed me with open arms, everybody. And the cool thing that I think helped is the older gentleman. He was actually older than me, but I don't want to say he was older by that much, but he was older. And a lot of the other ones, they were probably 5, 10, 15 years. Like the oldest ones after him were probably like 10 to 15 years younger than me. They might have been in their 40s, but a lot of them were in their 30s. And what happened was he had trained at a school in Chicago, and even some of the stuff that he didn't do, like the Muay Thai and that, he was familiar with it. And when he would see me do stuff, he could tell I was out of shape. He could see I was a little rusty, but he could see the training behind it. So I never had. He was like it was like a long lost uncle. He kind of took me under his wing, helped me out a little bit. Really good guy. And all his group was the same way. But the thing is, I could go in and train with them, and I could train the way they did. And I wasn't in any danger of getting hurt. Like the one time we were doing, I think they call it flow sparring or something like that. This was the thing I learned about the Serrata group. I did everything they did. It's just they had different names, and there was things they did that I hadn't learned yet. But like the main guy in ours, Dan Inosanto, he actually trained under the head of their art. Like if you actually read the book on Grandmaster Angel Cabales, Dan Inosanto is listed in there as one of the students of him who attained an instructor rank under Grandmaster Angel Caballas. And so there was Serrata in the Inosanto system. He just didn't specialize it. So, like, I had been exposed to most of the stuff they did. We just learned it as different names. They had different names for it. And I think what I called Sombrata, they called flow sparring or something. They had a different name for it. It was basically the same thing. And so I could go in and I could train with them on that shit. Well, the one time, and again, this was, I think I was being affected by whatever was going on, but it hadn't taken my health as much as it has now. Well, we were doing this, and basically what you're doing is Sombrata, literally the way I learned it, it means counter for counter. So they try to hit you with a stick and you deflect it, and then you try to hit them with a stick and they deflect it. And like the way we learn it, you learn it as a pattern. And if I'm not mistaken, their instructor, they were doing Serrata. It came from Grandmaster Angel Caballas. That guy is dead now. Well, there was a guy, and I believe he was from Indiana originally. He went out to train with Grandmaster Angel Caballas. And I don't know, and I don't care. I'm not trying to get into a pissing match. I just really don't know the history of it other than in broad strokes. But if I'm understanding it, what happened was, this would be my guess, but I really don't know. But I think after Grandmaster Angel Caballas died, he named what he did, after himself. And I don't see any harm in that. I'm not trying to denigrate it, and I'm not trying to say anything bad about it. But I don't want to use other people's names. I don't want people I am friends with and I respect and people who have helped me and been decent. I don't know that they want me talking out about them. I'm trying to say everything, and I mean it, but I'm trying to say everything positive. But since I don't know them that well, and I don't want them feeling like, oh, well, I'm using their name for some reason. If I knew for sure it wouldn't bother them, then I would. But they were great people. So if you can accidentally figure out who I'm talking about, or if it slips out, I got to tell you, those people were excellent. They were some of the best people I met down there in Indiana. No joke. Well, he moved out to California, renamed it, so it's named after them. And I had already met these guys. That I really had already met these guys. And what happened is this guy was running around all over town trying to find people where he could basically train with them for a day. And they would, because he tried doing this with me, and I said, yeah, I'm not doing that. They go, oh, well, your instructor does. I go, well, then you feel free to go out and train under my instructor. Because I told him, I go, one, I'm not as good as my instructor. Mr. Vunak, Sifu Vunak, is a hell of a lot better of a martial artist than I am. And so I'm sure that, he can do a much better job training you in 10 hours than I can. I'm positive of it. I'm not comfortable putting my name on it. If I was established, I still don't think I would. And I explained it to him. I go, look, I'm not really known in this area. And I go, if I put my name on an idiot, or if I put my name on a turd, and I might never recover from that. I go, Vunak, he's trained Navy SEALs, he's trained government agencies. He didn't just train him, he created a program for the Navy SEALs. If he puts out somebody that ain't worth a shit, his reputation will survive it, because it's like a blip on the radar. But I've been down there for about 5 months, 6 months. Basically, I'd been in the area for a while, but I hadn't been in that town for a while. I hadn't been teaching for very long. Well, if there start to be a bunch of fucking morons running around with paperwork with my name attached, and they are just fucking worthless fucking people, that my image, I told them, I'm not doing it. I go, I would need to be around you for about 3 years before I would put my name on you. I go, I would have to make sure that you were, at least in the vicinity of how well I was trained after 3 years. And that's a pretty fucking high bar to get over. I'm not going to joke on that. Just some things that have happened over the years. Like there was a buddy of mine that I'm a pretty good friend. I should actually reach out, but I can't really drive. And I don't expect him to come over here all the time, and I don't expect anybody to drive me over there and pick me up because he lives pretty far away. There's like a pretty good friend. Well, we trained together, and I don't know if I think he got in the ring once. I think he got in the ring once. Well, when me and him would spar so he could get ready for the ring, he wore the headgear. I did. I mean, just he had the piss pot on his head. I did. And he ended up working as a bouncer. And I was talking to him at the bar he was bouncing, and I made the comment. There was someone that we were talking. They go, "Oh, well, how do you know him?" I go, "Well, we met. We met doing kickboxing." And they're like, "Really?" And I go, "Yeah." And I go, when he was getting ready for his fight, I go, when we would spar, I go, he'd have headgear on. I wouldn't. And they go, "Yeah, right." And then he looked at me. He just kind of nodded, and they're like, "Oh, wow." And the one place I worked at, I think I've worked at this guy with two different jobs, but there was a guy that I knew. He was there too. He actually trained in the weapons classes. And there was somebody that was running their mouth about me when I wasn't in the room. And it got back to me. It got back through the grapevine. But they were running their mouth off about me. And he kind of warned him. He's like, "Yeah, you might not want to fuck with him." Ooh, oh, now, the nice thing about this, like I said, they've got the keep inventory. I try not to do it, but yeah, I don't think I'm going to go back until I actually need more, because this might be all I do on here. I don't know. Ooh, cat's pissing in the. If you can actually hear my cat pissing in the. Well, it's not really my cat, but if you can hear the cat pissing in the litter box, I would like to apologize for that. This is actually a quiet day, but there's times where she comes up here to pee, and it sounds like a fire hose hitting the roof. I mean, it's she's not even that big of a cat, but she apparently has a very good kidney system, a very good bladder, a lot of pressure, and but uh, but it kind of took them back, and they go, and I can't remember the whole details because I can't. I think he was there for this, but I can't remember if he was there for this, and I know this kind of turned some heads. And if I'm remembering it wrong, I apologize. And I'll tell you the whole thing on it. He was trying to help both of us out. The only thing is, I might have been the only one that was aware of it, of the two of us. I know he was aware of it. Of the two of us, I might have been the only one that was aware of what was going on. I really didn't care because it was helping me out. But what would happen was, they ran, somebody was running their mouth off about me, and he goes, I we knew each other from school anyways, but he goes, I trained with him at a kickboxing place, and he goes, they also did weapons, you know, and they go, "Really?" And he goes, "Yeah." He goes, "You guys might want to curb your bullshit." And they go, "Why?" Because he goes, he was like one of the best students there. And they're like, "What?" And he's like, "Yeah." And because at one point, one of the guys that we knew, he actually went and was training with Bunak out in California. And this is my opinion. And again, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But what he would do is he was actually getting me and my instructor were both taking private lessons from him at that time. And he, what he would do is he would get me wound up. And then, and I'm I might be wrong in this, but I think this is what happened. He was training me, and he got me to a point where when I would spar my instructor, and these two guys were friends, they went way the fuck back. I'm not sure if, I think the one guy, I think my friend was younger, but they knew each other back in their Taekwondo days. And they both rose up through the ranks. Well, the guy that I'm talking about, the one that went out to California, I think he just became a first degree black belt. The other guy became a second or a third degree. And the when he came back after training with Bunak for a little bit, there was one of the older guys who I think he ended up having to quit being an instructor. I think he had to leave the school over this. But I don't know if he actually put him in the hospital, but he beat the fuck out of this guy that I knew. Uh, there was a little bit of a maturity issue there. Well, the one guy was, in high school or junior high. It was either in high school or junior high. And, the immaturity is to be understood. The other guy was just a fucking loose cannon. And, but I think there was some rearranging. And I know when he came back from California one of the times, and this is after he'd been out there for several years, I heard it was the Taekwondo people, and they were like, yeah, I wonder if he wants to try his luck again, because it sounded like none of them really approved of the way that guy behaved. And he had mellowed because he said something to me the one time. And thing is, I wasn't in Taekwondo. I was not in his system. But he didn't like something I said. He made some comment about my smart mouth. And what was funny is, I don't even think it was my instructor. It was his fellow black belts in Taekwondo. They kind of pulled him off to the side. And I never had another problem with him. But I think they were sensing that it was going to be another repeat of what happened to my friend John. And I think they handled it. But the funny thing is when I first started doing this shit, and this is my opinion, going forward with like the Filipino martial arts and the Jeet Kune Do in general, me and my friend, when I started doing it, and my friend found out I was doing it, he wanted to, so he joined. Neither one of us had a karate background. We didn't do karate, we didn't do Taekwondo. And it took us like a month. It was 1 to 3 months. And the Taekwondo people couldn't really bother us anymore. I mean, I'm not saying we were fucking running the table on them, like, because they would, once a month, they would do these sparring things. And where we would spar with the Taekwondo people, our class and their class. It was usually pretty friendly. There was only a couple hiccups here and there. Well, it only took like a couple, like 1 to 3 months, and they couldn't really do anything to us anymore in the point, because we always had to fight by their rules. We had to do the point fighting, and they couldn't really do anything. It's their kicks, even by their rules, they could not get a kick in usually on me and Alex. And then within 6 months, we could usually beat them at their own game, except for the black belts. And I don't mean all the black belts. I mean the ones that have been doing it for years. The younger black belts usually couldn't do shit to us either. And this was after 6 months. And that might have been what they warned him about, because he wasn't around all the time. And I think they let him know, like, look, these guys haven't been here that long, and they've gone through everybody we can throw at them. Like, the one thing, and I can't even remember the guy's name, but like, they had some of the guys, I can remember their names, some of them I can't. These guys were just pure Taekwondo. And then there were certain people that had started in Taekwondo, they were still doing it, and they trained with us. And my friend Alex, he was home from the military. Last I don't know if he still is. Last I knew, he was a sniper. He told me the one time when he was home visiting. This was a number of years ago. It's after 2000, because his folks were. But he made the comment. He goes, "Well, you do realize they all hated you, right?" And I go, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Like Dennis." And it wasn't exactly what he's saying it is. They didn't hate me as a person, but they hated me because in 6 months, I was better at the Jeet Kune Do and the Kali than they were. And they couldn't do anything even in Taekwondo. Like when we would cross spar with them, they would revert back to their Taekwondo. This is why they never got anywhere. Because like with me, I spent that whole time trying to figure out how to make my shit work against the Taekwondo people. What they would do is, instead of doing that, when these sparring sessions come up, they would revert back to their Taekwondo, and they would try to basically beat them with Taekwondo. And this is something, my instructor gave me these old videos of Bunak when he would come in for the seminars. And he basically told them, look, you guys got to keep doing this shit when I'm gone. He goes, I'll keep coming. He goes, you guys want to keep paying me to come back, and you want to keep paying to come in? He goes, I'll keep coming back. But he said, here's the thing. I come in here like every year. And by the time I leave, you guys are starting to look really good. You're on that path. And then he goes, and then I come back a year later, and he goes, it really looks like the minute I got outside the door, you quit training this stuff. You went back to doing, and I mean, my God, he was fucking dead on, dead balls accurate on his assessment. But that's what they did. As soon as they got, as soon as he was gone, they basically didn't do it. But that was me, because I didn't know Taekwondo. So when I sparred with them guys, I had to basically use my shit against them. And the first thing that they had a problem with when they were sparring us is usually what these guys would do is they would just stand there, foot planted, and they would just throw kicks at each other until somebody landed one. Well, Alex, it's not like I told him to do it. He sort of figured it out too. Well, what we did was we would move in and we would move out more like a boxer. And what they found out was they just couldn't stand there. And what's funny is they actually got better with their Taekwondo because they started moving instead of just standing there and throwing punches and kicks at it until one of them landed like a fucking spaz. They would actually start to move around a little bit, less like a point fighter and more like a kickboxer. And so they did start to get a little bit better. And that was cool. That was absolutely cool. And but like what I would do is I would actually try to get the trapping to work. I would basically wait until they, I would get past their kicks, I would get past their hands, and I basically pin their hands against their chest, and I considered that a win. That was my only goal. I just like, hey, we're learning this trapping. If I can make it work against somebody that's wearing pajamas, I consider that a moral victory, if nothing else. And I did. I thought that was sweet as shit. I am not gonna lie. I was happy with that, right? And and like I said, it was after 6 months. I could pretty much do that at will to anybody who had been a black belt for less than 3 years on down, without a doubt. Just it fucking worked. It was great. And then after like 9 months, a year, I could start to make this shit work on the ones who'd been black belts for years. And the only one I really there were a couple of them, like there was one guy, and he's a cop now, and I just in case this gets back to him, I just gotta tell him that he was a Taekwondo guy, but he embraced more than his art, and he's very, very good. He's also a far better human being than I am. I'm not. I hope being a cop hasn't ruined him, because he was just absolutely one of the nicest guys you could meet. He was these are the type of people you want to see as cops. He was just an outstanding person. He really was. And what happened was he would like, because the one time one of his, I didn't, honest to God, I didn't start it, but it was one of his students who was being a dick, and I think he had just gotten his black belt, and I don't want to shortchange the guy. He was actually very talented, but he had these delusions of how good he was that just were not represented by reality. I mean, they weren't. And we had to spar because I was asking. I didn't really care. This is where I noticed there was like a fucking attitude. Um, I go, well, do you wanna put in the boxing hands? And, no, uh, kicks and punches to the body only. And I really didn't care, because I didn't want one of these dipshits catching me at a bad moment and fucking up my knees. So I was okay with not sparring leg kicks. I was absolutely okay with that. That did not bother me. And but yeah, there were some people that wouldn't, but he was a dick about it. All he had to do was say, yeah, no, because it was their house, it was their rules. Well, he he did like a snap kick and popped me in the nose, and my nose started to bleed. It didn't make my eyes water. Um, it did fucking debilitate me one bit. And then, but he was basically, I mean, they're snap kicks. They're just not as dangerous as some people think they are. Well, and I think he ended up breaking one of my teeth. It didn't break that night, but it broke shortly thereafter. But he spun around and did a heel kick into my jaw, side of the mouth, as hard. I mean, basically as hard as he could. Again, it's a snap kick. It didn't phase me. It wasn't the end of the world, but he was being a real dick about it, and my nose was definitely bleeding by then. And he goes, "Oh, your nose is bleeding. You ought to get that checked out. He's just being a little fucking dick." And I was pissed then. I'm like, "No, it's fine." And when he threw his next kick up, I just caught it with both hands and threw it to the ground, which kind of spun around. And I basically just blasted him in the face. And I mean, that was now he kicked me in the nose, didn't phase me. He kicked me in the side of the mouth, and later on it brought. I think it's why I got a click in my one jaw too. But he kicked me in the side of the face, and I think a tooth broke because of it later. Didn't phase me. I threw one shot into that motherfucker, and he was done. And then I think he was trying to be a dick about it to my instructor. Well, I ended up sparring with his instructor next, and he was really cool about it. And I should have taken him up on it, but I didn't want to take anybody up on that until I had calmed down because I was pissed. But I ended up, I think he did it, like, well, hey, if this guy ain't going to calm down, I'm going to make sure he doesn't hurt one of my students, because again, that guy deserved it. And that's why I don't think I was in really any other trouble other than trying to separate us. But like my instructor went and sparred with him, and I went and sparred with him, his instructor. And my instructor shin kicked him in the chest so fucking hard he was having trouble breathing. I think he basically did a cardiac massage with a fucking thigh kick because he was having some physical distress after that. I was laughing my ass off at that point. But when I got sparring with Dan, he's like, "You want to do leg kicks?" And I go, "Look, I'm really not a big fan of doing leg kicks." I go, I'm not just with you, but with anybody." He goes, "I don't blame you there." He goes, "You want to do just hands?" And I go, "You know what?" I go, "Maybe later," but I go, until I calm down, I go, "Maybe we should just play by your rules, which ensures, I go, and unless you are, I go, unless you're like trying to break my nose or knock me out, I go, we'll have a good time." And he's like, "That's fair enough." And again, I was pissed, but I wasn't pissed at him. And I was trying to, but I told him, I go, "Look, I go, if I calm down, maybe we could do that." But I go, honest to God, I go, I think the best thing for me to do is either, if I'm not going to sit out, is just calm down. But I told him, I go, as long as you're not kicking me as hard as you absolutely can, I go, I think we'll be okay. And he's like, okay. And we did. We just had a nice little friendly sparring, which is what it should have been. But again, I don't know what he said to my instructor, but he did. He fucking shin kicked him, and I caught it out of the corner of my eye. He shin kicked him in the chest as hard as he could, and he was having trouble breathing. I think they literally call it a cardiac massage. It fucked him up. I honestly thought for a minute there he was going to have to go to the fucking hospital and just like, yeah, stick that in your fucking pajamas and smoke it. But Dan, that guy there was, again, just one of the nicest human beings you could ever. And I hope he hasn't changed. He was just such a decent guy. He really was. Those are the kind of people, the community at large is lucky if you get people like that. It doesn't even have to be a cop. Anybody that gets into government service like that, when you get somebody like that, that is a good thing. That everybody wins on something like that. They really do. And ooh, that was a mistake. Okay, we're good. I'm gonna try and get all of these fired up. I should be able to. And then I'm basically gonna extend these until they're this might be all I can put in. I'm not sure. I might be able to get one more in, but I basically want to have it as far from the edge as the other one is. Yeah, he was just a really decent human being. Well, anyways, so there was that going on with with my instructor, one of my many instructors, John. And but again, they had a lot. But again, this one guy, I can't remember what his name was. Really good guy, another decent guy, really mellow guy. Well, we were sparring, and he'd been at black belt for 3 to 5 years, and I was getting to where I could start to get in on them and trap them up with the Wing Chun. And I got in there, and I mean, I'm not kidding you, because like I said, 3 months, basically the people that had been doing it for like a year or two, not a problem. Usually, I think at that school, I think it usually took most people like 3 years to become a black belt. I don't think they could get it in a year. It took them like 2 to 3 years. But within 3 months, they weren't really bothering us anymore. And then 6 months, we were acquitting ourselves pretty good when we go to these sparring sessions. And then like 9 months to a year, unless it was one of the ones who'd been doing it a while and they'd been a black belt for several years, they were not a problem. They were just not a problem, right? And then, after, I would say maybe 1.5, I don't think it was quite 2 years. I think it was like 1.5, 2 years. The ones that had been a black belt for most of them, not all of them. And when I say not all of them, I would put Dan Tilley in that. He was a little harder of a nut to crack because he wasn't pure Taekwondo. He could box a little bit. He was comfortable doing leg kicks if that's what you wanted to do. He was comfortable doing leg kicks. I don't know if he'd actually sparred him. Like if he got in there with somebody that was, because even if you're not hitting him full out, he might not have been aware, but he was willing to do it. This guy walked it like he talked it. He was kind of a warrior. And the other one that definitely, he would have probably been the toughest nut to crack for sparring. And I think that guy's name was Bill, might have been Thomas. That fucking dude was a monster, man. He was like about 6'6". And the scary thing with him is when everybody else got done with their class, right? They were gone. And when we would be there, he would sometimes stay there for like an hour after their class was done. And this was his idea of unwinding after a class, because there was a time there where we would come in right after them, and then later on we basically started using it the days they weren't there. That's the way it worked out. But Bill Thomas's idea of unwinding after the class, and nobody really cared. He honestly was not hurting anybody. But what he would do is they had this heavy bag, and I think he was the only one that used it. They had one of these normal 70, 80, 100-pound. It was like a normal boxing heavy bag. They had that thing suspended up in the air. The top of the bag was like about 7, 8 feet in the air. And it looked kind of comical being that high up. Unless you were at least 5, 6 feet high, you could barely hit the bottom of this thing, but what it was so he could kick as high as he wanted. That's why it was hanging there. And literally what he would do, I would say he was kind of like a poor man's Superfoot Bill Wallace, if you know who he was. That's kind of what he was. He would just stand there in that corner. And, he apparently did not understand like boxing rounds. He would sit there for 10, 15, 20 minutes with his foot in the air. It would not touch the ground. He'd just stand there and he'd snap kick that bag. Now, unlike that douchebag that broke my nose and I think broke my teeth or broke my tooth, those would have knocked you out. The ones he was throwing, those snap kicks would have knocked you out, because it took that 70, 80-pound heavy bag and it made that thing flop in the air like a leaf on a heavy wind. I mean, that thing, and they had it tied down so that thing would just like bang through the air. I mean, nobody else not even my instructor. I'm not even sure if John could do it. Maybe when he came back, I don't know. Well, fucking Bill Thomas, maybe, and he'd have that thing just a rocking up there. And it's like, this is the guy, he won the sparring trophy. Whenever they had their grand tournament at the end of the year, he always won the sparring trophy. Always won the sparring trophy. There was nobody that could touch that fucking guy. And It was fucking amazing. It was really amazing to watch. There's just no other way to describe it. It was just literally amazing to watch. And yeah, I think I'll just do that. I'll put them down here. I think I only need one or two more. I might even have enough to finish this. I didn't think I did. I just wanted to finish the ones I had built. Yeah, that's as far out as I'm gonna go. And but yeah, he would pop that fucking thing. Well then, I'm not even sure. I might have got in on him, but like I said, he was hard to get in on. His foot was that good. His one foot was that good. It made it really. I'm not saying it was impossible, but he made it really hard to get in on. And just as much work as his foot could do, it was really. I mean that as a badge of respect. I mean, they're just nothing to be ashamed about when somebody's that fucking good. And that's what cracked me up when I was in Indiana. We had this guy. I would say he was like cut out of the same kind of mold. I'm not mistaken. I think he was like an alternate for the Olympics. But I got a feeling that if you went back to his prime and Bill Thomas's prime, I think Bill Thomas would have ate his lunch every fucking day. I really do. I mean, he's just. I might be wrong. I don't know, but I really think Bill Thomas would have fucking ate his lunch. As good as I thought that guy was down there, I really do think Bill Thomas would have ate his lunch every fucking day of the week. No joke. And God, that's funny though. But yeah. Well, anyways, what would happen is I'm not going to bother doing that until. And I'm not going to do that until I get enough. I'm going to go cut some wood and get the. That might be all I'll do today. I don't know. I'll see how I feel. I'm going to play it minute by minute. But well, anyways, so that story's out of the way of some of the friction and shit. Though, and there was literally fairly friction free. To be completely honest, it was fairly friction free, to be honest. But there was some friction. And well, what happened is one of my instructors came back from Cali. Actually moved back here. Um, I'm positive of this. There's a book. It was kind of a Vunak thing. Now, maybe it was something Dan got them started on. I don't know. But it was kind of a Vunak thing. There was a book that he got his guys to read, and one of his guys, John, got me to read it. And either that or he got Pete to read it. Pete got me to read it. Pete was my other instructor, and Pete and John were the ones that went way back, way, way back. But they were both my local instructors here, and they were both extremely, extremely talented. Technically, and John's the one that pointed it out. When I went out and got my instructorship from Bunak, when John was with Bunak, basically he had an apprentice instructor and he had a full instructor. And when I went out to get mine, he had like Dan and a lot of the other ones that were in the family. That's the best way to look at the Jeet Kune Do and the Filipino martial arts, under the Inasano system. It's best to look at it as a family. That's a fairly accurate description. It maybe not in all cases, but for the most part, it's a family atmosphere. I have yet to go to one of these things where you would go and bump into a complete and total fucking stranger. In some cases, somebody from another fucking country, and they treated you like a long lost friend. Everything was cool. If you were like me, especially when you're dealing with people from other countries, I'm a little bit of an odd duck. You know, one of the guys I ran into out in California, he was laughing. He's like, because man, you remind me of a friend of mine from college. He used to say goofy shit like, and it was just, and you could get along with people. They were just decent fucking people, and just really decent people. And something for me to be exposed to might encourage me to be a better person. That's just the way I looked at it. The but like it's either John or Pete. One of these guys got me to start reading it. There's one specific book they push, and it's by Carlos Castaneda. It's called Journey to Ishlan. And I ended up reading down the road. If I can, like right now, I've tried reading when I was like home down there. And what would happen is I would read, and then the next day, I really wouldn't remember. So I basically would read the first 3, 4 chapters over and over again. And then, like a day or two later, I wouldn't necessarily remember reading it, or I'd remember reading it, but I couldn't remember what was in the book. So it just with what's going on with my health, it's just not. It's one of the things that makes it challenge me for trying to read up on this stuff on a computer. Uh, so I can set things up like OBS and some of the other stuff. I got to have a really good day, or I can read it and I know I read it. I understand what the words meant, but for me to actually process it and turn around and use it in a constructive way, can't do it. They took that from me. And, but on a good day, I can actually read it. If I have to do it 3 weeks later, I might have to read it again, but I can actually read the instructions on it and actually get some stuff done. That is a possibility, at least that much, but I got to have a pretty good day to do it. Well, anyways, when you read this book, and if you guys are paying attention, this will lead somewhere. It might not lead where I think it's going to, depending. Like I said, this is just not a great day for me today. And not a horrible day, but it's the only thing is I think I'm good enough to stream where I'm not going to, I had that one there, I was actually not as bad as other times, but I had a really bad streaming day, and it was because of something that had happened in the news that kind of triggered me, and I kind of went, I'm not real, as far as I can tell, I didn't see anything I should really be ashamed of. I don't think I said anything that wasn't true, but wasn't exactly my finest moment. That's why, when I realized what had happened, because I remember some of it, I don't remember all of it. I'm like, I'm not ashamed of it, but it clearly was not my finest moment to be on the internet streaming. But that's why, when I did my Saturday stream, I'm like, I think it was a bonus stream. I'm not 100% sure. I think it was like a bonus stream. That's why when I did my Saturday one, I'm like, well, I'll see how long it takes me to go off the fucking rails. But that was not exactly the finest moment. But I am going to try and get somewhere with this. And for anybody that's made it this long, you are my newest hero, because if you're watching this on YouTube, it really helps. If you can help me snag some extra subscribers, I mean, it's free. But, if you're watching this and you want to do a solid for a reasonably decent human being that is, going through some shit that really, I shouldn't have to be. If you could get some extra subscribers and watch my videos, I mean, it's fine if you put them on while you're doing something else. I can live with that. If you put it on as a cure for insomnia, I can live with that too. You just put it on, let it go. It'll honestly help me out down the road. You'd be doing a really nice thing for somebody that could really use a fucking break right now. There ain't no joke about that. And but in this book, Journey to Ishlan, and again, I'm not sure everybody completely understands. There was like a guy I worked with. I'm not even sure if that guy's alive anymore, but I'm not gonna. I don't know him that well, and again, there's people that might find this because of me, even though I don't really advertise it as a person. I'm trying to keep my as much as I can. I'm trying to keep my gaming and my personal persona separate. Using I've set up a separate Twitter. If I ever do Facebook, I'll set up a separate Facebook. Yada yada yada. Just trying to keep them separate. Got to keep them separated. And but down the road, because it's like if it gets out about the GM and that, and they actually know me and they see this stuff, they'll probably figure, oh yeah, that's Casey. It's okay. And I'm not going to great pains, I'm not going through like an Assad, Assad level of scrutiny to try and keep them separate. I'm just basically trying to keep them separated. And but one guy I worked with, and he was, I gotta say, he was an uncommonly clever person. You don't run into people like this all the time. And I just asked his opinion of it. And because when I read the book, I've read it multiple times, and I think it's like a good movie, a complex movie, where every time you read it, you notice something new. I think I've read that book about 8 times, because for a while there, I was reading, like I was having the martial arts, I was reading that thing like every year, and you always get a little different insight every time. You don't want to read it every day, but if you read it like every year, every other year, you're going to pick things up that you may have missed the first time, that kind of thing. And what happened was, I gave it to him. Because I told him, this thing was recommended by some mentors of mine in life, and I go, if you want to read it, I go, I'd really like your honest opinion on it. He goes, well, what are you looking for? And I go, I'll kind of tell you what the book's about if you want. Then if you really don't want to read it, that's okay. But I go, I don't want to tell you too much, because he goes, you want my honest opinion. I go, yeah, if I tell you too much about it, if I tell you what it means to me, I go, he goes, it might taint. I go, yeah, I want your complete, honest opinion. But I go, basically it's a guy, he's an author, and he writes about medicinal herbs and shit like that. That's kind of his shtick. That's kind of that's kind of his wheelhouse, if you want to call it that. And what he does is, he is looking for like an Indian medicine man, and he's down in, like, I don't know what state he was from, but I'm thinking the way he talked, because he could drive across the border in a couple hours to where this guy lived from his home. So he must have lived either in California or one of the other border states. And if I knew the area in Mexico better, and if I went and looked up, I could probably figure out roughly where he lived just from where he was going and his description of how long, if all that's accurate. And what happened was, he was looking for an Indian medicine man. Because he knew that, like they were finding new medicinals in like the rainforest and shit like that. And he basically was trying to find, while there were still some old ones who may have been authentic, he was trying to find an authentic Indian medicine man so that he can actually learn about their medicinals. If you can hear my stomach growling, I apologize for that too. And he found this guy. It was Don Juan. Don't think of the actual Don Juan character that you may have heard of. I think it's got to do with romance or something like that. Don was a honorific. You basically gave it to someone out of respect. Kind of like calling someone a sir or a, whatever, that kind of thing. What the hell? I don't know what the hell that was. And but Don Juan was the name of this guy. Well, his name was Juan, and then Don was the honorific, because he was considered basically someone who deserved respect in that area. Understandably so. And basically, he would basically ask him, well, I need you to teach me. And he's like, well, he goes, I know very little about what you're looking for. He goes, well, yeah, but he goes, everything I know about plants, I learned from the plants. Because you have to talk to them. He said, if you want to actually know about plants, you have to learn how to talk to the plants. And so what he did was he basically was I. This isn't exactly the right terminology, but it's the easiest way to get you to explain it before I tell you something else. Is he's basically trying to teach him how to be like an Indian medicine man or a shaman, you know? And he was taking him down this road. And he, if the book is accurate, if he's telling the truth, he started. Ooh, my frame rate's dropping. Not entirely sure what's okay. I think it's good now. But I think what he was doing was, I've been recording for 3.5 hours. I am going to wrap this up because this is I'm going to probably end up. I don't even know what time it is. Yeah, nothing I need to buy here. What time is it? Oh God, it's 3:30. I'll try and finish this story up. I should be able to do it in 20 minutes or less. If not, I'm gonna have to leave you hanging. But I'll try and. But what happened was he so this guy basically he would hit him with psychotropic drugs. He had him doing peyote and mescalina, maybe even some LSD or the Mexican or the Italian or the Indian equivalent of it. But he was like I think he was a Mexican Indian or something like that. And he basically started doing this shit, and he's basically the way he would phrase it, he was trying to teach this guy how to become a man of power, is what he was doing. And yeah, I think I got enough to do. I'm gonna do one complete portal. I'm gonna see if I don't even know if I'll have enough to do one, but I'm gonna try and do one portal, and then I'm gonna come up and do the leaves and shit too. But and the way he explained it, because I read some of the other books, but the Journey to Ishlan, that's really the only one that I think Bunak encouraged these people to read. I went a little further and read the other ones, and for what I think they were using it for, I think Journey to Ishlan was probably the most useful. And you got to understand this. This is something that I've run into being a JKD participant and even trying to be an instructor. And the um, the way it was explained by Dan Inosanto, seafood guru, he's got a couple different honorifics depending on how you view it, and he's okay with either one. And I got to say this. Uh, One of my instructors that it's not a local one like John or Pete, but it's probably one of the better instructors that we went to on a regular basis, because we saw him multiple times through the year because his school was close enough we could drive to it. And excellent guy, absolutely excellent guy. Where like there were the big instructors. Well, we would usually see them like a couple times a year. Where with the other guy, we would see him sometimes multiple times in a month because we would go up to his school one weekend. 2 weeks later, he might be being flown down to our school, or he might be over at the one in Ohio or Iowa. We go over there. So we saw him a lot because it was just like he was in the next state over. He wasn't in California or halfway around. It wasn't one of these ones that flew in from like London or somewhere else overseas. He was a little more accessible, so we saw him more often. Well, I saw something that he had posted, and he was kind of going on about some of the stuff that's going on with the newer people, and they're becoming like I mean it like when they say a Christmas Nazi or a grammar Nazi. They were just basically staking out turf and making a big deal out of it. And I give you some examples of this. I might keep going because this is actually something fun to talk about, and maybe since it's fun to me, it'll come over that way and it'll be interesting to somebody watching it. But there's some of the younger people, they are getting hung up on the terminology, the honorifics. Uh, like, there's some of them, you run into them, and like for us, when we would go to these, it was Dan, it was Larry. I'm not trying to be a dick, um, but when I was in my 20s, Larry came in, and I'm not one of these people. I'm just not. Um, I'm not one of these people that has to have an autograph or whatever. Larry came over to use my weight set because my instructor found out I had a pretty good one, and it was cheaper than, basically it was free. That's the only reason they were there. He wasn't doing, and he wasn't purpose. He was doing, I got the benefit of Larry coming over, but he came over to use my weights, and he's just like, you got a pretty good setup here, because it's like, it wasn't fancy, but what I had there, you could do, because he's like, he's looking at, what do you got? And I pointed out, he's like, oh man, he goes, you were right. He goes, I'm pretty sure I can get a complete workout here, because I had the ability for him to do, it might not be with the equipment he was used to using, but he could get all the workouts he was used to getting in with the weights. He was pretty impressed. I had Olympic bar, power rack, and some other stuff. And so he was pretty happy with it. He came over, he used it, and I should have got some pictures, but it's just not the way. So there's going to be people, oh, that ain't true, that ain't true. Well, you know what? You can believe what you want. I really don't care about it. But for it was Larry, it was Dan. It wasn't seafood this or seafood that. There's no fawning and grabbling, and there's a lot of them that are like that now. It's like, oh well, you have to call them seafood. You have to call him Guru, and you have to call his wife Simu or whatever. It's like, and his wife, when I met her, it was Paula. Hey Paula, how are you doing? It was not that big of a deal. And I can tell you, I might be wrong because I haven't seen her in a while, but Paula came off like a pretty down to earth person, his wife. So I don't think it's being driven by her. And if it is, hey, I don't really see anything wrong with it. It's God knows he deserves it. But I can tell you it's not being driven by Dan himself. And Larry was never big on terminology and the bowing and scraping. It was about the art for him. Always was. Was Larry this? Now you didn't have to, oh, seafood, seafood. It's just, if you yelled Larry, Larry'd come over and help you out. Just walking by. Him and Vunak were the only ones regularly out of the JKD group that would actually go to the bar and drink with you after the seminar was over for the day. And, it was a normal thing. It was an absolutely normal thing. And but and then the terminology and shit like that, and he was kind of calling him out. It's like, well, yeah, this was just never that. And to be fair on this, Dan knows all the terminology. He can spell it. He can tell you the frickin' history. He can draw you maps from memory. So this guy knows it. This guy absolutely. But it was never the end all be all for him. It just wasn't. And for some of them, it is. And hey, that's what floats their boat. Power to them. It doesn't me. And what was funny is at one of Larry's seminars, Larry Hart, so this is a guy who volunteered for 2 tours in Vietnam. He was a bodyguard for Mr. T at one point, and I think he was also a law enforcement. And he trained under Bruce Lee. When Bruce Lee was alive, he actually trained him. Some of it might not have been able, like some of it, I think, got interrupted because he had to go into the military. See, like I said, he volunteered for 2 tours in Nam, but he did actually train. And like at one of the camps we went to, it was a week-long camp. As far as I know, the guy, one of the other instructors took it over. My instructor, he flew all these guys in. He lost his ass because it cost him more. I don't even, if he'd have broken even, I think he'd have been okay with it. But I think he spent more money flying everybody in than he made, and he advertised it. And he had a lot of people there, but he just didn't bring in the money that he needed to cover his expenses, the plane tickets and everything else. And for those of us that were his students, a lot of us helped out. I didn't have a car that was mine. There was like a family car. And he wanted me to go down and pick people up at the airport. And I go, look, I can't do that. I go, I can't be, it's not my car. I go, I can use it, but I go, if I go, I'd recommend you have people take a bus. Cause I told him, I go, you don't want to drive down there. I go, you really don't want to drive down. Have them take a bus and come up here. And then I go, I can pick them up from the bus, maybe. But I go, I can't, I just can't. And it's just, I mean, and I told him, I go, look, just stop. It's one of those things, look, just stop. No matter what you say, no matter how you try to phrase it, that is an immutable fact that's not going to change. It's like that one guy, he's trying to find some way to justify sleeping with a kid. It's like, look, dude, just stop. Just stop. All you're doing is wasting your time and mine, because at the end of the day, there's no pig you can put on this lipstick that's going to make it look any better. There's just no justification for this, right? But so these guys came in. Well, I think that was the one when we got done working out for the day and everybody was sitting around, because it was like a camp out. It was, the one girl, she owned a horse farm. She had a pretty good pavilion area. Well, she let him use it, I think, for free. I don't think he had, I might be wrong, but I don't think he had to charge her for that. So that helped him out, and he still lost money on it. He had people helping him out all the way around. And, but what happened was, they were putting this video, and it was like something that had been converted from 35 millimeter to VHS. This was before, I'm not even sure if CDs were a thing. If they were, they weren't very big, but it was before Blu-ray. I'm not even sure if laser discs were out then. It's been a while. We're talking like over 20 years ago. Closer to 30 years, not quite, but closer. And but they had converted it over to VHS, so there was no sound to it. But it was basically Bruce Lee working out at his house with a bunch of guys, right? And Bruce Lee had some of this amazing equipment. I don't even think it's in print anymore, but there was a biography. It was a biography that was done on him, and it had a letter written by James Dean. I think it was James Dean. It was one of them old movie stars, because he actually had a lot of Hollywood students that paid him for private lessons. And God, I think it was James Dean. I might have the wrong actor, but it was another one of those rebel without a cause Hollywood types. One of those big, one of those big types. Another one that he had as a student was James Coburn from The Dirty Dozen. Because my instructor said he had actually seen a video where Bruce Lee was giving him like a private lesson on how to throw a sidekick. He spent 1 hour, and all he did was fuck with his sidekick and make it better. You could actually literally see the massive improvement. And like my instructor said, he goes, imagine if you watch that and just follow it along, because you might not get the same results Coburn did, but it would probably help your sidekick. It would probably improve it. And the one he was watching had audio. You could hear it. It wasn't just seeing it, you could hear it. But the one we were watching, there was no audio on it. Well, there were some of the people that trained under Bruce. They couldn't afford to pay him, but they could build stuff. So he ended up getting a free. The thing was, I don't think I'm exaggerating. I think it was like a 500 or a 600-pound heavy bag. It might have only been 300, but it was this monster fucking heavy bag. I mean, I think it was like 5 or 6 feet in diameter. At least, I might not, it wasn't radius, but I think it was like 5, 6 feet in diameter. Fucking thing was just huge. And like Bruce Lee's thoughts on it were, if he could get that thing swinging, and stop it with a sidekick, he was reasonably sure that he could knock a 200-pound guy off his feet. And yeah, I think he was right. And but that was his whole thing. You had these people that made him shit, and he used it. Well, one of the things that somebody had made for him, because this is the thing you got to understand. This is something Dan's talked about. Back in those days, they did not have the equipment. You did not have focus mix. I don't think you had the air shields like you did now. This is why, like, traditionally, you look at it, there's a lot of these arts they kick in the air and all. Well, yeah, because they didn't have anything else. They just didn't. And because he was saying like when he first started training with Bruce, they were taking like your sandals that you wear to the beach, your flip flops, and they were turning them around. That was their focus mitts. That's what they were using for focus mitts. And well, the thing that they worked out for the lack of an area, I mean, like nowadays you can just go to Dunham Sports wherever, and or you got catalogs, Amazon and all these other places. You can go there and they will sell you an air shield. Well, what Bruce Lee had, he didn't have an air shield, but what he did have was it was basically like a wall with shoulder straps. It was this, I mean, it wasn't exactly a wall, but it was this big, like, body shield or whatever you want to call it. But the thing was made out of firm material. It was not padded. You wore it. You had shoulder straps that allowed you to pick it up. And apparently the thing weighed about 200 fucking pounds. So you had the weight of this thing plus the weight of whoever was holding it. Well, that was featured. I'd heard about it, but I hadn't really seen it in action. I think there was a picture of it in his biography. And if not, it was Dan Inosanto again. I think I've got them somewhere. They haven't been thrown out, but it was the Jeet Kune Do Guide to Training Equipment or something like that. Dan Inosanto put one out. I think it came out in the 80s. And some of the stuff that he did is no longer in print. And but it was either in that or it was in his because they actually in the autobiography, if I'm not mistaken, they actually talked about some of the odd fucking equipment that he used to train people with, him and others. Well, in this video, he's got this sled on. He's wearing it, or other people were wearing it, and he'd fucking fly into that thing with a sidekick. You just see that guy going fucking off screen. I mean, he fucking literally. I mean, so again, the sled was about 200 pounds if memory serves. Then okay, the guy that was holding on to it was probably $130, $150. This thing was over 300 pounds. Any way you want to slice it, and he's fucking just sending that thing flying, right? And then you had all these other guys that were coming up, and they were kicking it, and this thing hardly fucking moved. It literally hardly fucking moved, except for there was this tall, lanky blonde dude. He came up and he hit it. He didn't quite move it as far as Bruce Lee did, but it was close. And we're sitting there like, oh, good God, oh my God. The other cat came up, and I think he just fucking killed the litter box. I'm going to have to go over and spray it. That, I can taste it. That thing is just nasty. What it is, he was a stray cat, and he was pretty well established. He doesn't do a very good job covering up his poop when he does it. What he does is he literally bangs the side of the litter box. He knows he's supposed to do something, and he's trying, but he doesn't realize that if you throw a little bit of litter over that thing, the smell isn't so bad. And his poop stinks so fucking bad. Her piss is loud, and his asshole has the nuclear option when he uses the litter box. It's nasty. I ain't gonna lie, if you got a cat that has like the nuclear option, like mine does, it just obliterates the area. There's this Arm and Hammer daily litter box thing. Oh God, that stuff works wonders. It's worth its weight in whatever you got to pay for it. It is very, very useful. Okay, I think I can go up and fire up. I got everything done. Actually, I'll wait until because I can just light them both up. I got the one done, but I'll wait. Hopefully, I won't get any. What I am going to do is I'm going to go up there and see if I can close up those, open up those trap doors because I don't want piglins getting trapped up here. I would like them to fall to their death. Yeah, yeah. I'll just have to come over here, finish this one, and then fire them both up. But no, and I'll leave those here until I get done. Might remind me. But yeah, I wish the recording had a pause button like when I'm doing this because I really don't want to edit it out later. I'm gonna hang out here and I'm going to get some iron. I have to pee, and then I'm probably gonna grab some water. I don't think I'm gonna grab another soda because I would like to go to sleep soon. But I think I'm gonna grab some water and but I'm gonna keep going, try and finish this. I might not be able to do as much playing, but I'm gonna at least finish the story. And then on the off chance somebody, because if somebody stuck around this long, they're actually enjoying what I'm saying. And if somebody does stick around, they find this fascinating for whatever reason. It builds up my hours. And if nobody watches it, well, it doesn't harm anything either. Okay, I'm back. I got a snack. And I did grab a soda because the cats are up, and I'm going to try and at least stay awake until I can feed them breakfast. Hope you can just sort of hang out with me while I eat real quick, and then I'll try and get a little bit more done. This is the only problem when I'm trying to do storytelling when I'm like this. Okay, well, so he had that sled. He had one guy that was moving it almost as much as Bruce Lee. And we were all asking, who the hell? Because again, Bruce Lee, other than this guy, was the only one that could move this thing. Everybody else would hit it and they would like fly off of it. You know, you might see it move a couple inches, and they were basically pushing themselves. They were with their sidekick. They were pushing themselves away from this thing, right? And we're like, who the hell is that tall blonde guy? And Larry, he's like, oh, I don't know who the hell he is. And then we all recognized it. It was a young Larry Hartzell. And this is the thing, he was kind of the grappling expert of the JKD family. Like Vunak, he really functionalized the trapping. Jeff Amata, he's done a lot behind the scenes. I actually got to meet him once. I don't think I said more than hi to him. I actually got to meet him, but if you go back and watch The Trouble in Little China, that little guy that tilts out with the collapsible baton and the knife and just turns into like a human shredding machine, that's Jeff Amata. He does a lot of stuff behind the scenes for Hollywood now, but he was really good with the weapons. And then Larry, he was good with boxing and kickboxing, but he mostly focused on the grappling because he had gotten into a car accident and they had to put some pins in his hip, so he couldn't kick like that anymore. That was pretty much the end of his kicking, so he had to learn how to do something else. And there was another guy, I can't think of his name. He was really good with the boxing. Like if he had they all were well rounded, but they each had an area they shined in. There's another guy, and then my understanding is that the old Collie Academy, the school that Dan opened up after Bruce died, that's what it was called. It sounded like Larry was the fucking. Every now and then a story would start. Somebody would be in the middle of telling it, and then they'd be like, "Yeah, maybe I shouldn't be telling this story." But there, every now and then you get a hint of a story where somebody come in to start some trouble, and like Larry would knock him through a fucking wall. I mean, it was some like cool shit. And but the thing is, we never saw that side. Everybody that knew him, he was like that long lost uncle, long lost family member, cousin, whatever, from down south. He had that southern drawl, and he was just absolutely one of the nicest people you could ask to meet. He really was, unless you pissed him off. And that's the funny thing is because like a lot of the younger people, they don't know. Like every now and then I'd run into like because I went to one of these seminars and Master Chai was there. He's the Thai boxing instructor, and I heard somewhere he might actually be part of the royal family in Thailand because everybody I wasn't there. Like I said, I'm a weekend warrior. I see him and not now anymore with my health, and that it's just really not worth it. You know, lack of funds. If I had unlimited funds, I would love to go. Just sort of taking it, even if I couldn't do anything, just taking the seminar, see everybody just to watch it. That would be worth it. It would be fun for me. Maybe it wouldn't be fun. Maybe it'd be depressing not knowing you can't do this shit because some shitbags drugged or poisoned you. But I think on some level, maybe it would be fun. You just go hang out, and then you're gonna get some looks. But why are you watching? Well, I love doing this stuff, but my health is shot. So a couple times a year, I'd like to go see it. It would be fun, I think, especially if you're going somewhere nice. And but we were at this week long thing. Well, it wasn't week long; it was like 4 days. And Master Chai was there, and like my first seminar that I went to Master Chai with was up in Minneapolis, and we were the first thing they said. The guy who was running the school, the one who hosted it, he's like, "Okay, for those of you who've never been here before, never been to a Muay Thai seminar." He goes, if you need to throw up, and he goes, believe me, that happens. The bathroom is down the hall. You're not going to make it. Please don't puke on the floor. The trash cans all over the place. He pointed out the trash cans, and the windows are over there. He goes, believe me, you will not be the first person to puke out the window here. And that was the introduction to it. And Master Chai had everybody just fucking wiped out. And when I went to the first summer, I wasn't in that great of shape. I was in good shape. I was in reasonable shape. I was in better shape than I was when I was in high school. But I wasn't like in as good a shape as I was later. And didn't matter how good a shape you were in. You know, he'd get you to a point where you were just sucking air. He'd be like, oh, and he'd talk to you like you were a little baby. He's like, oh, you all sit down, you get some water, you rest. We're going to go hard. He goes, we're going to go a little hard again, and then we work on form, you know, and that's the way the Muay Thai was. They would wear you the fuck out, and then they would work on your form and your technique. And the reasoning behind that, whether you agree with it or not, the reasoning behind that was, well, if you're working on it when you're tired, you might actually be able to use it when you're tired, you know. And then Sabat was the other way. They wanted you to warm up, but they wanted you working on the form when you were fresh. Because, see, for them, it was with Muay Thai, they wanted to drill it into you. They wanted the functionality. And Sabat wanted the functionality too, but they wanted you doing it when you were crisp. Because for the sport of Muay Thai, the look was as important as the look and the form was as important as the functionality. They wanted it pretty. They wanted the style. They wanted the grace. Muay Thai really didn't care how it looked. They wanted it to work. And so it was like two different standards. They had two different paths to get there. And, but anyways, but he'd look at you like you were a little baby. And I heard, like, if I never did, but I heard if you actually went out to his school, like where he normally, that's where he trained his fighters and shit. They said you knew when you were getting close because you'd see the vomit stains in the parking lot because he was always sending people out there to puke. And I went to this thing a few years ago, and everybody was bitching because, like, the first night, it was 4 nights, you know, like, and somebody had the bright idea because when I originally signed up that first year, they had Master Chai like earlier in the day. And I don't know who made the comment, but by the time I got out there, they had moved him to where he was the last class of the day. And because I think they figured, they go, look, if you put Master Chai in there like after lunch, people are going to be puking. People will not be coming back for jujitsu or Wing Chun. You know, he's just going to wear you out. That's got to be the last thing of the night. And then one of the nights, I don't know if it was the first year or the second year, but I went out there like 2-3 years in a row. And I don't regret it. It was actually, for me, that'd be like if you're one of these guys that likes gambling, going to the Vegas casinos. That was the equivalent of like the 1 year when I went to Bunak and trained with at his house. It didn't matter, you know, about anything else. That was to me like, you know, that was like a high point. That really was. I had fun with that, and but. So they put him at the end of the night. Well, the first night, and I think this was the second year I was there. This was not the first year. I think it was the second year I was there. Might have been the first year, but I think it was the second year. You know, I should really, if I didn't lose him in the move, I should find the video discs of the photos that were taken and actually put those in and relive some good memories. That would probably make me feel good. But no, I guess there were people bitching because the first day, all we did for the whole hour was work on form. Pretty sure that was the second year. And there was a guy there. He was, I think, another Bunak guy. And I don't know if he was an instructor or not, but he was good. If he wasn't an instructor, he was qualified to be one, I'll tell you that. And he'd been around. I don't know if he'd been around as long as I had, but he'd been around for a while. And because Dan pulled us all aside like the next day, and Master Chai wasn't there yet, and because Dan had the first 2 hours, and he said, "Hey, for those of you who are complaining about that," he said, if you go to the weekly camp, he has like a Muay Thai camp I can't remember what fucking state it is. It's not Utah, but it's out. It's one of the plain states out there. They have it every year, and it's pretty well received. People like to go to it. And he he said that's the first thing you do every day. And what would happen is, like, every day, the minute people start screwing up, you're right back doing that again. And because you're training for the whole day. And he has got, that's something he didn't do as much when I was starting out in it. But he starts out with the form. It used to be he'd wear you the fuck out and then he'd do it. But now he does it early. He's made a change. And afterwards, I was back over by my duffel bag where my gear was, and I heard this one guy goes, "Man, I can't believe those people were bitching about that." And I go, "You've been around this for a while?" He goes, "Yeah, you too." And I go, "Yeah." And I told him about my experience with it, and he goes, "Oh my God!" I go, "Man, my God." Compared to what happened to us when we went, like the first couple seminars I went to with him, I go, I'd take that every day of the week. I go, and I got to be honest with you, doing that for an hour, I go, I'm out of shape. I don't do this that much. I go, my hips were cramping up. I go, I'll take that every day of the week and twice on Sunday. And he goes, yeah, no shit, man. And he said back in the day, he took a friend of his who did like Ironman events. You know, he did those Ironman events where you bike, swim, run, or whatever the fuck it is. And he goes, this guy was in better shape than anybody I knew. And he goes, I took him to Master Shine. He goes, when that first day was over and we left, he's like, this is bullshit. Nobody's in that good of fucking shit. I mean, he was fucking pissed because he was like an Iron Man. He thought he was just going to fucking coast through it. And he was sucking wind. He's like, nobody's in that fucking good. He was pissed. And, well, anyway, there was a nice little diversion. And I have a delightful little Pepsi. And okay, I lost my screen.